Chapter 1088. Kyle. On the other side of the battlefield, behind the thousand-some silver behemoths, a roar in Arabic suddenly resounded. As everyone watched, a special army with the symbol of a blood-red sword and saber on the left side of its chest was approaching the battlefield with astonishing speed. "My lord, it's Abu Muslim's Iron Blood Army." Before this army could get close, Qing Qianli, seated on a large warhorse next to Gao Xianji, narrowed his eyes as if he were facing a powerful foe. The Iron Blood Army is one of the best armies under Abu Muslim's command. They have many soldiers, and the Divine Martial Army and Divine Prison Army don't have enough soldiers. With these final words, Qing Qianli suddenly turned to Gao Xianji. The Iron Blood Army and the Iron Wall Army could be said to be mortal enemies, and even their names had the word iron in them. This seemed to signify that no matter how far apart Gao Xianji and Abu Muslim were, a decisive battle was certain to occur between the two of them. From Samarkand to the Tsong Mountains, in the end, only one person could stand tall and become the hegemon of this land. After 3 months of fierce fighting, the Iron Wall Army had lost many soldiers to the saber of the Iron Blood Army, and the Iron Blood Army had also lost many soldiers to the sword of the Iron Wall Army. The two sides had a blood feud. "Ready. Pass on my order. The Iron Wall Army, move out." Gao Xianji waved his arm and gave the order. No matter how long this battle between the Iron Blood Army and the Iron Wall Army lasted, a victor was bound to be decided. As this thought flitted through Gao Xianji's mind, he looked past the tens of thousands of Arab cavalry to the distant Black War banner where Abu Muslim stood. Practically at the same time, Gao Xianji also sensed something. His gaze was like lightning as it passed through layers of space to meet Gao Xianji's gaze. In that instant the void was silent and not a sound could be heard. The two instigators of the battle both erupted with a shocking battle intent. Clang! Right at this moment, a wave of sword howls rose and fell and resounded through the sky. In the blink of an eye, countless soldiers of the Iron Wall Army unsheathed their long swords and gazed at the rapidly approaching Iron Blood Army. Rumble! Finally, there was an intense commotion as thousands of Iron Blood Army soldiers parted the crowd and appeared behind the Silver War Beast. They drew their weapons and charged at the Divine Martial Army and Divine Prison Army. "Kill them all!" With a furious roar, 3,000 to 4,000 Iron Wall Legion soldiers brandished their swords and charged at the Iron Blood Legion. "Kill!" Fierce roars could be heard as the two armies quickly clashed. Boom! When the two armies collided, the earth shook and the mountains shook. It was as if the entire world had come to a standstill. Gao Xianji and Abu Muslim, two elite great generals, had grave expressions as they watched the two fiercely battling armies. In the rear of the army, Wang Chong, Qing Qianli, Wang Yan, Osman, Ibak, Daluan Ruozan, Huashu Huaitsong, and the others were all focused on the place where the battle was most intense and where the most elite warriors were gathered. The Iron Wall Army soldiers of the Anshi Protectorate Army and the Iron Blood Army were locked in a fierce battle. But this time, neither the Arabs nor the Tang dynasty had sent any more soldiers. Everyone was waiting for a victor to be decided. Time slowly passed. The Xuanwu Army, the Divine Martial Army, the Divine Prison Army, and the Iron Wall Army had already sent 4 of the most elite armies of the Tang dynasty into the battle. On the Arab side, the Beheader Army, the Blood Beast Army, and the Iron Blood Army, 3 of the most powerful and renowned armies of the Abbasid Caliphate, had also entered the battle. Any one of these armies was enough to make a powerful empire feel uneasy and uneasy. The appearance of these two armies was enough to make an empire feel like it was on the verge of destruction. With the appearance of these 3 armies, even an empire that had existed for thousands of years like the Sassanid dynasty had been reduced to ashes, much less other empires. But now, not only had the Arabs failed to exterminate the Tang people of Talas, they had suffered many casualties. "My lord, we still haven't been able to break their defenses." Ziad looked away. his brow deeply creasing as he turned to Abu Muslim and Osman. This sort of situation had never occurred in any of the previous battles, and not even Ziad knew how to respond. Abu Muslim, Osman, and Ibak all frowned. 3 governors and 4 to 500,000 soldiers had actually failed to deal with the Tang people. This was something that none of them had expected. Have the fearless army move out. After a few moments of silence, Abu Muslim suddenly ordered. Osman and Ibak were startled by this name, and a hint of reminiscence appeared on their faces. The fearless army. It had been a very long time since they had heard of this name. The last time it had appeared was when they were dealing with the Sassanid dynasty. This was the true and strongest army under Abu Muslim's command. The fearless army was the foundation of Abu Muslim's position as governor of the East, and it was also his strongest force in the Arabian Empire. But just like any other strongest army, Abu Muslim's fearless army had very few soldiers, only around 4,000. For every person that died in this army, it would take at least 10 years to raise another. Thus, ever since the battle to destroy the Sassanid dynasty in Khorasan, Abu Muslim had stopped sending this army out. After 10 years, the fearless army that Abu Muslim had left in the rear had finally appeared on the eastern battlefield. Your subordinate will go. A hint of respect flashed through Ziad's eyes as he rode off to give the order. The fearless army. This army possessed far too much glory, and it was essentially tied to Abu Muslim. Only 2 people could command this army, Abu Muslim and Ziad. Boom! Boom! The long blare of a horn came from the distance. There was a disturbance in the rear of the Arab army, as if something was approaching the battlefield. "My lord, the Arabs are moving again." Zhang Ke looked into the distance, a hint of unease on his face. The intensity of this battle had far surpassed his understanding. Not even the war of the Southwest could compare. And for so many top-class soldiers of the Tang dynasty and Arabia to be gathered in this battle was something he had never imagined in his entire life. Zhang Ke was only a scout. From a certain perspective, he couldn't even be considered a soldier, because he was not meant to go into battle. But he had an intense conviction in his heart. As long as Wang Chong did not retreat, he would never retreat. Zhang Ke believed that there were tens of thousands of people like him in Talas. In their hearts, Wang Chong was the strongest backing they could rely on. Abu Muslim is about to send out the fearless army, Wang Chong said as he gazed at the distorted sky. A warrior's aura was incorporeal and had no effect on its surroundings, but the aura of this army was so condensed that it could even twist space itself. More importantly, even though it was still early and not yet dark, the area where the space was being twisted was gloomy. It was like night had come early, giving off an extremely uneasy feeling. This feeling made Wang Chong think of a single name, the Fearless Army. There were countless names and countless soldiers associated with the Battle of Talas in the western regions, but the one that attracted the most attention was undoubtedly the Fearless Army. Abu Muslim had 2 strongest armies under his command. One was the Iron Blood Army, and the other was naturally the Fearless Army. Wang Chong, the Fearless Army is even stronger than the Iron Blood Army. Any single army on our side will find it very difficult to stop them. Gao Xianji turned his head to look warily at Wang Chong said. Great generals had far sharper senses than ordinary people. Even though he couldn't see the fearless army, Gao Xianji could already sense those destructive storms rapidly approaching the battlefield. We still have 3 armies that we haven't sent into the battlefield. Which army do you plan to send to deal with the fearless army? Although they were both top-class commanders of Talas, Wang Chong had been the one to command everything in this battle. This was something that had never happened before, and it also meant that Gao Xianji acknowledged Wang Chong's abilities. Haha, although the fearless army is powerful, there's one army that can stop them. Wang Chong's expression was calm and composed. Ordinary forces were definitely not enough to fight against the fearless army, which was even stronger than the Iron Wall army, But Wang Chong knew that there was another force that could stand on equal footing with the fearless army. Pass on my order. Have the roaring tiger army enter the field. Wang Chong indifferently said, not even turning his head. The roaring tiger army? Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, Shi Yuanqing, and the others all turned to Wang Chong. They had interacted with this army before, and they had sensed that it was about the same strength as the other armies. None of them had expected Wang Chong to have such confidence in this army. Wang Chong only faintly smiled, offering no explanation. The Roaring Tiger Army was an army trained by the second-in-command of the Tang dynasty. Zhang Shogui was the second-in-command of the Tang dynasty, second only to the Crown Prince's junior guardian, Wang Zongxi. How could a top-class force trained by such an individual be taken lightly? From Longxi to Yuzhou, Zhang Shogui's life was brimming with the colors of legend, and he had subdued far too many opponents. In terms of age, even Geshu Han and Gao Xianji were his juniors, let alone others. Moreover, the Hu and the Han were different, and the western regions and Yuzhou were separated by tens of thousands of li. Gao Xianji clearly did not understand Zhang Shogui that well. The Roaring Tiger Army was the strongest army that Zhang Shogui had spent his entire life training, each one of them inconceivably powerful. In terms of strength, not even the Xuanwu Army, Divine Martial Army, or Iron Wall Army could compare. Wang Chong had some confidence in the Divine Prison Army he had trained, but it had only been established for a short period of time. In terms of tempering, it couldn't compare to the Roaring Tiger Army, which had been tempered thousands of times. Zhang Shogui, it's up to you now. Thanks to Moyu for becoming a golden immortal of this book, New Era Element for becoming an Earth Immortal of this book, and Wei for becoming a golden immortal of this book. Flyong became an Earth Immortal. Chapter 1089. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. It was not without reason that he had written a letter to Zhang Shogui, even though the two of them had clashed in the past, so that he could mobilize an army from him. Zhang Shogui was adept at hiding his weaknesses, but Wang Chong would not let him do so. Rumble. In the distance, the fearless army was getting closer and closer to the front line. 100 zhang, 50 zhang, 30 zhang, move out. At Wang Chong's order, the 4,000 soldiers of the Roaring Tiger Army marched out from behind Wang Chong and into the battlefield. The energy they exuded was about the same as that of the Divine Martial Army and Iron Wall Army. Even Gao Xianji couldn't help but worry as he watched this army march into the battlefield. Only Wang Chong remained calm and indifferent. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the sea of Arab cavalry parted. Clang! There was a flash of cold light as two Arab scimitars parted, and a moment later, an Arab soldier charged into the battlefield like a storm. Roar! This fearless army soldier, with the symbol of a pitch-black demon god on his left shoulder, lunged at a Divine Martial Army soldier. Clang! The soldier quickly drew back his sword to block one of the scimitars, but the immense power contained in the scimitar sent the Divine Martial Army soldier flying more than 100 zhang into the air. Not only that, the saber swung across the soldier's body. In an instant the armor was split open, and a stream of blood spurted out, filling the sky. Buzz! As the Divine Martial Army soldier was sent flying, the muscular fearless army soldier turned his head and lunged at a Divine Prison Army soldier next to him. The latter showed no change, not even a ripple of emotion in his eyes. He simply raised his sword and thrust it at the fearless army soldier. Clang! In the blink of an eye, the fearless army soldier's scimitar at his waist suddenly slid, blocking the seemingly simple but actually extremely sharp and swift strike of the Divine Prison Army soldier. Boom! Saber light flashed, and the power of the two scimitars immediately became apparent. Before the Divine Prison Army soldier had a chance to retreat, a crimson light flashed from his left shoulder, and his arm fell to the ground with a plop. This was the first time a soldier of the divine prison army had lost the upper hand in a head-on battle and had his arm chopped off by his opponent. The divine prison army's defenses aren't strong enough. Behind the first defense line, Gao Xianji's eyes twitched. He turned to look at Wang Chong, a gloomy glint flashing through his eyes. The divine prison army's offense was unimaginably powerful. In terms of offense and killing power, not even Gao Xianji's Iron Wall army or Geshu Han's divine martial army could compare. But the divine prison army's weakness was also obvious. While their offense was powerful, their defense was extremely weak. In other words, Wang Chong had sacrificed their defensive abilities to obtain that astonishing killing power that could kill even gods and Buddhas alike. This weakness wasn't too much of a problem when the opponent was about the same level of strength or not as fast as the opponent. But if the opponent was as fast as the opponent or was like the fearless army, equipped with two extremely sharp scimitars, one for offense and one for defense, the terrifying killing power of the divine prison army would not only be useless against them, but their attacks would also be blocked and they would fall into an extremely disadvantageous position. But if the opponent was as fast as the opponent or was like the fearless army, equipped with two extremely sharp scimitars, one for offense and one for defense. Clang! Clang! In a flash of cold light, a divine prison army soldier was injured and had his arm severed. Two swords shot forward like bolts of lightning toward the fearless army soldier. Amidst the clanging of swords and flashes, although the fearless army soldier wasn't able to further his gains, he didn't retreat in the slightest under the attacks of the two divine incarcerate legionnaires. The fearless army soldier was able to rely on his ferocity and astonishing combat power to block the attacks of the two divine prison army soldiers. Countless Tang dynasty soldiers were stunned by this sight. What formidable combat power! At this moment, even Li Sai's heart was deeply shaken. This army that had suddenly appeared seemed to be born to kill. All of their battle skills were incomparably sharp. Just looking at them from afar would cause people's hearts to palpitate uncontrollably, let alone those who were facing them head-on. The situation had instantly turned against the divine martial army and divine prison army, but neither Wang Chong, Gao Xianji, nor Qing Qianli moved. In the distance, Qutayba, Abu Muslim, and Osman were also watching, the best great generals of both sides maintaining a delicate balance. Just when the 4,000 fearless army soldiers were about to sweep through the battlefield and change the course of the battle, the Tang dynasty's fifth force after the Iron Wall army had officially entered the field. Boom! Just as the fearless army's twin sabers were as fast as lightning, wreaking havoc on the battlefield, a black heavy sword with the image of a ferocious white tiger engraved on it suddenly slashed down like a blazing flame. Bang! The two sabers parried, and a dazzling light flashed through the air, instantly blocking this powerful blow. Not only that, the saber-wielding fearless army soldier waved his arms, sending a roaring tiger army soldier flying with immense strength. Similar things were happening everywhere. Looking across the battlefield, over 4,000 soldiers of the roaring tiger army were all stopped by the fearless army. Gao Xianji subconsciously glanced at Wang Chong, his eyebrows rising, but he said nothing. Wang Chong had said that the Roaring Tiger Army could stop the Fearless Army, but it now appeared that the Roaring Tiger Army's strength was only on par with the Divine Martial Army and the Iron Wall Army. It was simply incapable of dealing with the higher-level Fearless Army. Wang Chong, should we send another group? Gao Xianji hesitated for a moment. There's no need. Trust them, Wang Chong indifferently said. As the two spoke, as if in response to Wang Chong's words, the 4,000-some Roaring Tiger Army soldiers once more charged forward and began a second round of fighting. But this time, the result of the battle was completely different. As the 4,000 fearless army soldiers gripped their dazzling sabers and charged forward, bang bang bang, the bodies of all the Roaring Tiger Army soldiers began to explode. As soon as he finished speaking, under everyone's incredulous gazes, the bones of the roaring tiger army soldiers began to crackle. At the same time, their powerful auras surged, forcibly increasing in strength by an entire level. Bang! In a flash of light, a massive black sword slashed at the two sabers. It was the same move, the same attack, but the result was completely different. Pung! The twin sabers once again parried the black heavy sword, but the immense force of the sword jolted the fearless army soldier back a few steps. Impossible! In the distance, Ibak's eyes went wide, a hint of shock appearing on his face. He was well aware of just how powerful the fearless army under Abu Muslim's command was. He had once seen the 4,000 fearless army soldiers use their two sabers to slaughter the strongest army of the Sassanid dynasty, leaving rivers of blood and corpses strewn across the ground, shattering the last vestiges of their courage. The strongest warriors of the Sassanid dynasty were filled with despair. In this world, Ibak had never seen an existence that could send Abu Muslim's fearless army flying. But now, everyone was watching as the strongest fearless warriors under Abu Muslim's command were being sent flying by these infidel warriors, all of them suppressed and beaten. Just a second ago, these fearless army soldiers had been slaughtering their way through the two strongest armies, but now, the battle had been reversed. None of them even knew what had happened. Why had this army of black swords suddenly become so powerful when it had been no match for them just a second ago? Abu Muslim said nothing beneath the fluttering black war banner, but his complexion had long ago become extremely unsightly. At this point in the battle, the Ironblood army and the Fearless army, his two strongest armies, had already been dispatched. He no longer had any top-class soldiers to use. Ha ha ha, no one was happier than Gao Xianji at this time. After recovering from his initial shock, Gao Xianji quickly understood what had happened. Prefectural Duke of Nanyang, you truly are a deep thinker. Gao Xianji truly admires your ability to conceal yourself. The Prefectural Duke of Nanyang was a title that the current Holy Emperor had bestowed upon Anong Protector General Zhang Shogui throughout the Tang dynasty. In Gao Xianji's life, he had never interacted with the Anong Protector General. The two were separated by a great distance, one to the west and the other to the east. Moreover, they were both commanders stationed on the border, so it was even more difficult for them to have any interactions. Back in the court, Gao Xianji had heard that this leading figure of the Tang dynasty, the second in command of the military, second only to the Tang dynasty's war god and crown prince's junior guardian, Wang Zongxi, was an extremely shrewd and scheming person. Gao Xianji had never understood what he meant, but now Gao Xianji finally understood. In order to conceal himself, perhaps to protect himself, Zhang Shogui had placed an Imperial Guard seal on every member of his top-class Roaring Tiger army to restrict their cultivation. At a glance, the Roaring Tiger army, the Divine Martial army, and the Dragon Stallion army were all on the same level. But when they encountered danger or an opponent that they found difficult to defeat, like Abu Muslim's fearless army, these soldiers of the Roaring Tiger army would immediately release the seal on their bodies, revealing their powerful cultivations. This top-class force that Zhang Shogui had personally trained was not one bit weaker than Abu Muslim's fearless army, but even stronger. Boom boom boom. Chapter 1090. Thump thump thump. The soldiers of the fearless army were unable to withstand the tremendous power that was as heavy as a mountain and as swift as lightning. Under the attacks of the Roaring Tiger army, they were forced to retreat again and again. In the end, they could only parry and could not retaliate. Once, twice, thrice. The fearless army soldiers were like wolves and tigers, their scimitars dancing in a storm as they attempted to attack the Roaring Tiger army soldiers. But this time, they discovered that their opponents seemed to have been reborn and were completely different from before. Clang clang clang. The two scimitars flickered dangerously with cold light as they attacked from all directions and angles. But in the end, a heavy sword slashed out again and again, sealing off all the attacks of the fearless army soldiers. These heavy swords were stronger, faster, and more ferocious than the fearless army soldiers. In a flash, all the fearless army soldiers grimaced. All the Arab horsemen paled at this sight. The roaring tiger army's attacks had only one characteristic: ferocious, ferocious, and even more ferocious. Their attacks were also extremely fast, and in just a few moments, they had suppressed the fearless army. Abu Shogué was known as the Governor of Iron and Blood, the strongest commander in the history of the Arabian East. And Anong Protector General Zhang Shogué was one of the strongest contenders for the position of war god of the Tang dynasty, second only to Wang Zhongxi. Moreover, he had once had a chance to become prime minister of the Tang dynasty through his military achievements. Although Zhang Shogué had not personally come to Talas, there was no doubt that he had the upper hand in this clash with Abu Shogué. The prefectural Duke of Nanyang truly lives up to his reputation as a veteran of the army. Qing Qianli gave a long sigh as he watched the previously ferocious fearless army swiftly suppressed by the roaring tiger army. He was truly filled with admiration. In the distance, Abu Shogué and the other Arab generals had gloomy and nasty expressions on their faces. In this Battle of Talas, the Arabs had already committed 4 powerful armies, more than 20,000 soldiers, but not only had they failed to break through the enemy's defenses, they had even been suppressed. Such a situation had never occurred before. Everyone instantly turned grave. As the elite forces of Arabia, both the Iron Wall Army and the Blood Beast Army had their own glorious histories, and they had rarely been defeated in battle. Every army had its own pride and self-respect, and there was no doubt that the Arabs had encountered a true opponent this time. Send out the Death Legion. Right at this moment, a voice rang out in everyone's ears. It was cold and emotionless. Buzz. The 4 of them were shocked. They raised their heads and looked at the lofty golden figure in front of them. But Qutayba remained motionless. Everyone could only see the dazzling profile of his face, which was shrouded in golden armor. Army of Death. This was the second strongest army under Qutayba's command, even stronger than the Blood Beast army. If Abu Shogué's army was fearless and fearless of death, then Qutayba's army would truly be dead. It was rumored that Qutayba had designed a hellish training regime for these armies. Every time, he would send out a team of about 100 people and have them charge into the enemy's camp to fight the enemy. Only when only 2 or 3 people remained in this team would Qutayba send out his army to save them. If there were more than 2 survivors, they would fight each other until there was only 1 survivor left. Based on what Qutayba had said, only this sort of person had the strongest will to live, the most fearless will of steel, and the strongest martial arts and talent. This sort of person was what he truly needed. But even so, this was only the first of Qutayba's countless rounds of training. The training that followed would be far more brutal and brutal. Eventually, they would become qualified and successful warriors of death. They had already abandoned all human emotions, leaving behind only a steely will, tenacious fighting strength, powerful martial arts, and a will to obey orders and destroy the enemy. The harsh training and the high number of casualties had caused Qutayba's methods to be criticized. But later on, Qutayba changed his strategy, not just from the Arabs, but also from all the other regions and empires he had conquered, recruiting the strongest warriors into the Death Army. Even though the casualties were staggering, the Caliph gradually approved of Qutayba's strategy because many of the soldiers were soldiers from other conquered empires. This was also the only top-class army in Qutayba's army where more than half was composed of non-Arabs. Ever since its creation, the Death Army had maintained an astonishingly high casualty rate and elimination rate. But Qutayba's strategy of assimilating and absorbing had actually allowed the Death Army to maintain its numbers, and it was constantly being replenished with new blood at an astonishing rate. As the second army under Qutayba's command, the Death Army also maintained an astonishing fighting power. Under Qutayba's command, the Crimson Moon Vanguard was the vanguard, followed by the Blood Beast Army. If the Blood Beast army encountered an opponent that even the Blood Beast army could not deal with, or if Qutayba judged the opponent to be stronger than the Blood Beast army, he would send the Death Army. In the Arabian Northern War Zone, the Death Army had once maintained a record of 10,000 soldiers defeating a top-class army of 200,000, and the Death Army had also maintained an extremely low casualty rate. In that battle, countless Tarsus cataphracts had fallen to the ground, establishing the Death Army's reputation as an invincible army. Bang! Qutayba's voice shook the earth, and a powerful gust of wind surged from the rear of the army, causing the 4 massive black war banners to flap in the wind. At almost the same time, thick killing intent soared into the air, accompanied by the clattering of metal. Ah! The army began to scatter to the left and right. Right before everyone's eyes, an army in black armor with a long spear in their hands and a machete on their waist marched forward in an orderly manner like a surging tide. Their bodies seethed with black mist, suffused with the thick aura of death. But the most striking feature was their faces. All the members of the Death Army had no facial features, and their faces were all covered in the sinister and silver-black masks of hell. The nearly 10,000 Death Army soldiers continued to advance. The masks on their faces perfectly fused with the gloomy and somber aura of death they exuded. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! It's the Death Army!" A stalwart Arab horseman saw the emotionless Death Army and panicked, his face contorted in fear as if he were running from the plague. Behind him, 1, 2, 3. Countless warriors were also fleeing outward. Not a single soldier dared to get within 100 feet of the Death Army, as if there was an invisible wall around it. The Death Army. This was the legendary army of the north under Qutayba's command. Even the armies of Khorasan, Samarkand, and Cairo had heard of its name. These soldiers had all emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They were death itself. In this period of time, they had even seen 10,000 Death Army soldiers stand up for an entire night, neither resting nor moving, as if they were statues. There was a rumor in the army that they didn't need to sleep, or that all the Death Army soldiers slept standing up. They had developed a powerful instinct for killing, and anyone who approached, even a mosquito, would be able to wake them up. Thus, even the soldiers of the Death Army maintained a strict and safe distance from each other. Because of all sorts of strange things, when they were stationed here, no one dared to approach a large area around the Death Legion. Even though they were all Arab soldiers, they still treated the Death Army with extreme respect. Rumble! More than 10,000 members of the Army of Death raised a Black Skull war banner as they charged forward at full speed, accompanied by heaven-shaking rumbling sounds. "My lord, the Arabs have moved out." In the distance, behind the first defense line, Suki rode his warhorse next to Wang Chong, a grave look in his eyes. Besides the elite soldiers engaged in fierce combat, the Tang dynasty had also been paying close attention to the movements in the rear of the Arab army. The Tang dynasty had immediately sensed the Death Army's movements the moment the Death Army began to move. Based on what the Khorasani had told him, the Arabs had gathered at least 2/5 of the Empire's soldiers, so they had gathered many top-class soldiers. The Arabs had a different structure from the Tang dynasty. They were divided into 4 war zones: north, south, east, and west, as well as many smaller war zones. There was no doubt that Qutayba and Abu Muslim were the commanders of 2 major regions and possessed enormous armies. Coupled with a supreme commander like Osman, the Arab side actually had many elite soldiers. "Suki, how many soldiers do we have?" Wang Chong asked. "We still have 4,000 soldiers of the Dragon Stallion Army of the Biting Protectorate and 2,000 soldiers of the Ultimate Martial Army of the Duke of Yi. In addition, the Mo Saber Unit and the Wushang Cavalry have yet to enter the field," Suki sternly said. This battle was far more intense than anyone had imagined. On the first day of the battle, the Tang dynasty had already committed more than 70% of its elite soldiers. As for the Arabs, they were probably not far behind. Wang Chong said nothing, only slightly creased his brow. Compared to yesterday, the reinforcements from both sides had arrived, and the level of the battle was much higher. This time, none of the elite great generals had entered the field. Kutaiba was stationed in the rear, while his master, the chief of Wushang, was stationed on the Tang dynasty's side. Both sides were probing the strength of the other. Chapter 1091. P.S. Today is already the 5th consecutive explosion. The total number of chapters that I've released has reached more than 30 chapters. My hands are really cramping up. However, I'd like to thank everyone. I can feel everyone's passion. Therefore, even though I'm reaching my limit, I've decided that from today onwards, in 4 days, I will release all my chapters. Thank you all for your support. Tomorrow we'll continue. Chapter 1092. Have the Dragon Stallion Army get ready. In addition, inform the Ultimate Martial Army to get ready to enter the battlefield at any moment. Wang Chong suddenly said. Yes. This subordinate will go. Before Suki could finish speaking, he turned his horse around and rode off. Time passed slowly. Everyone was waiting. Dust churned in the distance as the black skull of the death god's war banner got closer and closer. In the howling winds, Wang Chong calmly sat on his white-hoofed shadow, his expression calm and composed. The sounds of fighting could be heard from all around him, and at every moment, people were falling. The battle maintained a subtle calm, but this calm could be shattered at any moment, leading into an even more intense battle. The Tang dynasty could not be defeated, and the Arabs could not accept defeat. This battle would have an enormous effect on the morale of both sides and on future battles. Beneath the banner, Wang Chong's gaze slowly swept over the battlefield as the massive banner of the Tang dynasty fluttered in the wind. On the left flank, the Xuanwu army and the Beheader army were still locked in battle. Both sides had about the same number of soldiers and strength, making it difficult to determine a victor in a short period of time. On the other side, the 1,000 silver war machines that posed the greatest threat to the Tang dynasty's defense line had all come to a halt because of the participation of the Divine Martial Army, Divine Prison Army, Iron Wall Army, and Roaring Tiger Army. Nearly 20,000 of the best elites of the Tang dynasty were gathered in this area. Any Arab cavalry that approached this area would be doomed. On the other side, the 5,000 ballistae were completely suppressing the Arab Earth Shield Army. At every moment, an Arab soldier of the Earth Shield Army would be shot down by the ballistae, their heavy shields blown to pieces. Under the fierce attacks of the ballistae, the Arab cavalry on this side were unable to approach the steel defense line. On the right flank, Chen Bin was controlling more than 1,000 ballistae of the Tang dynasty. Release. Chen Bin's Wuzi steel sword was constantly swung up and down, unleashing countless ballista bolts at the Arab cavalry. Ney's horse whinnied as countless Arab warhorses crashed into the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. On the other end, on another defense line, countless Arab cavalry were surging forward. Release. With a whistling sound, holes appeared in the countless beehives on the huge steel wall. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of short arrows filled the sky as they whistled through the air. Each Arab horseman was hit by 60 to 70 arrows. Plush 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 plush. One elite horseman after another fell to the ground, their bodies covered in arrows. The battle between the best elites of the Arabs and the Tang dynasty was difficult to determine for the time being, but the vast sea of Arab attacks was a reality that Wang Chong had to consider. Li Sai, Shi Yuanqing, King of Ganka, hear my order. Lead the Mo Saber unit and prepare to enter the battlefield at any time. Wang Chong ordered without turning his head. Yes. Li Sai, Shi Yuanqing, and the King of Ganka immediately turned their horses around to carry out the order. Li Sai had originally been leading the Wushang cavalry, but when Cui Piaoqi arrived with the other Wushang cavalry, Wang Chong had combined the two groups of Wushang cavalry and given them to Cui Piaoqi. When Wang Chong was fighting in the apocalyptic era, His strongest generals had returned to Wang Chong's side. As for Li Sai, in that other spacetime, he had always been the highest commander of the Mo Saber unit. Only Li Sai's fearless courage and his heart to serve his country could lead the Mo Saber unit to unite as one and display the greatest might. Rumble. Time slowly passed, and a few moments later, an astonishing rumbling could be heard. 10,000 soldiers of the Army of Death lined up in neat phalanxes and advanced from behind the huge silver war machines. The earth was quaking, the pebbles of the ground fiercely jolting. Before the 10,000 Death Army soldiers had even arrived on the battlefield, a somber and icy aura of death had already swept through the air, engulfing the battlefield like a vast ocean. This aura was so strong that even the two sides fighting could sense it. "It's the Death Army. Milord has sent them." The first to notice this sight was the Blood Beast Army fighting with the Divine Martial Army. This was not their first time working with the Death Army. This powerful army had already surpassed the top-class armies on the other side and was enough to break the stalemate. Clang! At almost the same moment, the clatter of a sword being unsheathed came from behind the steel defense line. Boom boom boom! The 4,000 Dragon Stallion Army soldiers gripped their swords and surged through the gap in the first defense line. The Dragon Stallion Army. This was the strongest force under Biting Protector General and Sichuan's command. It was precisely through this army that Sishun had been able to reverse the tides time and time again, preventing the eastern and western Turkic armies from advancing south. The Dragon Stallion Army was made up of the strongest soldiers that Sishun had selected from his army, each of them possessing exceptional physical strength. And Sichuan's minimum requirement for them was to be able to single-handedly cleave an elite cavalryman and his horse in half while remaining completely unscathed. Because of these harsh requirements, Sichuan's Dragon Stallion Army initially only had 100 soldiers. During this process, Sishun further changed his strategy and came up with a complete method to raise the Dragon Stallion Army. Later on, the Dragon Stallion Army slowly expanded. Moreover, the position of the Biting Protectorate allowed Sishun to simultaneously fight with the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates and even the Uzun. Over the years, the frequent battles became Sichuan's greatest advantage in training his soldiers. From a certain perspective, Sichuan's Dragon Stallion Army had benefited from this unique position and the tempering of war, making it even more refined than the other protectorates. Clang! Almost at the same time, on the other side, 10,000 Death Army soldiers wearing silver-black demon masks quickly entered the front line of the battle. Boom boom boom! The earth quaked as the 4,000 Dragon Stallion Army soldiers and the 10,000 Death Army soldiers began to charge at each other. Clang! A Dragon Stallion Army soldier raised his sword and slashed at a Death Army soldier. But in a flash of light, this powerful strike was blocked by a spear. At the same time, the Death Army soldier's left arm trembled, and the saber in his hand swept past the Dragon Stallion Army soldier's left shoulder. Swish! The armor was cut open, and a stream of blood shot out. Buzz! At this sight, Wang Chong, Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, and the other commanders of the Tang dynasty all widened their eyes in shock. There was no need to doubt the strength of the Dragon Stallion Army, and one could easily imagine how powerful it was for it to serve as a garrison force under Sichuan's command. But in a one-on-one battle, it had been wounded by an Arab Death Army soldier. This was simply unimaginable. Wang Chong, this army is completely different from the previous ones. Every one of them has been trained in 2 weapons, and they've reached the point of perfection. They can use both weapons at the same time. The 4,000 soldiers of the Dragon Stallion Army are simply not enough to stop them. Gao Xianji suddenly said, his brow creased in deep concern. The Arab armies were becoming more and more elite as they advanced. There was no question that the Arabs had dispatched one of their best armies. From the current situation, the Tang dynasty would find it very difficult to stop them. Lord Protector General, there is no need to worry. This battle is only the beginning. Wang Chong indifferently looked forward, his face devoid of emotion. Pass on my order. Mobilize the ultimate martial army. Yes, my lord. Another messenger galloped out from behind Wang Chong. Soon, the armor vibrated, and a storm-like aura rushed toward the battlefield ahead. The 2,000 soldiers of the ultimate martial army, their armor gleaming, their chests puffed out, their morale soaring as they marched with a unique cadence toward the Death Army. As the 2,000 soldiers of the ultimate martial army watched, a hint of worry appeared in the eyes of everyone behind the first defense line. The Death Army had far too many soldiers. The 4,000 soldiers of the Dragon Stallion Army and the 2,000 soldiers of the Ultimate Martial Army would find it very difficult to stop so many soldiers. No matter how powerful the Ultimate Martial Army was, it was still lacking 4,000 soldiers. My lord, what do we do? Do we need to send in other armies or the Mo Saber unit? Qing Qianli turned his head to Gao Xianji, an uneasy look on his face. This was a battle between the best armies of both sides. Defeat would deal a massive blow to the morale of the entire army. Gao Xianji shook his head. The commander of this battle is Wang Chong. Since we've given him the authority, we must trust him. If we need reinforcements or if we need to intervene, he will definitely ask. In truth, Gao Xianji was no less worried than Qing Qianli, but as an imperial great general, Gao Xianji had to be a little more composed. Everyone had seen Wang Chong's abilities, and there was no need to doubt them. Gao Xianji was confident that Wang Chong would find the right moment to make the correct decision. More importantly, although there was some distance between Gao Xianji and Wang Chong, he had been paying close attention to Wang Chong this entire time. Wang Chong's expression was calm and composed, and he seemed confident. While they were talking, the situation on the battlefield in front of them had rapidly changed. Clang! A chilling sword chi flashed through the air. A soldier of the ultimate martial army gripped his longsword. His sword was wrapped in a tremendous power that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth, and with a momentum that could split the heavens and split the earth, he slashed at the nearest Death Army soldier. Chapter 1093. Bang! There was an earth-shattering explosion, Gang Chi rumbled, and energy shot out in all directions. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the Death Army soldier raised his long saber high and blocked the most astonishing attack by a hair's breadth. But even so, the huge and unstoppable force from the longsword still sent him flying. Bzzz. The Death Army soldier's body trembled and he paled. The Death Army soldiers, whether fighting alone or in a group charge, rarely encountered a match. The corpses of countless foes piled up into mountains and seas had created their reputation. Even top-class armies like the Dragon Stallion Army and the Iron Wall Army had been unable to stop them, but these soldiers of the Ultimate Martial Army had been able to push them back in a single clash. This sort of power was truly astonishing. There was no doubt that they had encountered an extremely powerful opponent this time. Clang! 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 Sword after sword flew out of their sheaths as the 2,000 soldiers of the Ultimate Martial Army moved as fast as lightning and as strong as mountains, entering the battlefield with an unstoppable momentum. Let alone the distant Abu Muslim, Osman, and Ibak, even Gao Xianji and Qing Qianli were astonished by this sight. When the Ultimate Martial Army stood in the rear of the army, they had restrained their auras and appeared to be no different from the other armies. But once they entered the fray, the Ultimate Martial Army seemed to become a completely different person. They were as swift as the wind and as heavy as mountains, each of them a human-shaped storm. Saber glows flashed through the air as the clashing of swords and sabers rang out in everyone's ears. Speed, strength, dexterity, and combat skills, the Ultimate Martial Army was displaying a rather mature level of skill. Their fighting style might not have been the most efficient way of harvesting and killing, but it was open and aboveboard, brimming with an unstoppable momentum. Moreover, their moves were extremely tight, and it was impossible to find any flaws. Even the Death Legion soldiers, who were experienced in battle and had killed countless people, couldn't find any flaws in their move. All the fierce and vicious attacks were blocked by the ultimate martial army. No matter how tricky the angle, how vicious the method, or how fast the speed, the ultimate martial army was always able to block them in a simple and straightforward manner, and then launch a counterattack, placing enormous pressure on Qutaybah's death army. Ah! Cries of alarm came from the dense ranks of the Arab army. The soldiers Qutaybah had brought with him from the northern war zone had all seen the death army kill like flies, and they had also seen the corpses they had left in their wake as they pushed forward. They were the most efficient killing machines, the embodiment of the Grim Reaper on the battlefield. However, the scene in front of them gave them an unprecedented shock and impact. At this moment, even the distant Qutaybah's eyes couldn't help but twitch. He had seen countless crafty, vicious, and malicious opponents, but none of them had defeated the death army in such a simple and righteous manner like the ultimate martial army. From these 2,000 soldiers, Qutaybah could sense a unique brand of training that was completely different from that of the Divine Martial Army, Divine Prison Army, and Iron Wall Army. The two sides seemed to be branded by two completely different eras. Wonderful! All the soldiers near the first defense line cheered at the strength displayed by the 2,000 soldiers of the ultimate martial army. Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, and the others also rejoiced. These 2,000 soldiers of the ultimate martial army were far more outstanding than they had imagined. Alas, the ultimate martial army has too few people, only 2,000. At this moment, the most indifferent person was probably Wang Chong. Wang Chong was not at all surprised by the power displayed by the 2,000 soldiers of the ultimate martial army. This was because they represented the power of another era, the supreme strength of the era of Taizong of the Tang dynasty. In that chaotic era, the Great Sui had just collapsed and the world was filled with warlords vying for supremacy. In many places, warlords had risen to power. Although the people of that era had no way of making a living and everything was in chaos, they had managed to train the most valiant armies of the continent. The ultimate martial army was a force that had survived from that era. Although the Tang dynasty had reached an unprecedented golden and tyrannical state in the hands of the Holy Emperor, Emperor Taizong had still been stronger when it came to martial arts. The ultimate martial army was the supreme army of that era, and its basic characteristics were light, righteousness, grandeur, and righteousness. They were branded with the tyrannical and kingly ways of that era. But with the passing of the era, many of the supreme armies of that era had vanished. Only the 2,000 soldiers of the ultimate martial army remained. Although there were only 2,000 of them, their power was obvious to all. Regardless of what the commanders and soldiers of both sides thought, the addition of the 2,000 soldiers of the ultimate martial army had completely altered the course of the battle. Boom! There was a metallic clatter as the soldiers of the ultimate martial army pulled out their swords and entered the fray. Majestic and dignified war halos of various colors shot out from the feet of the ultimate martial army soldiers and rapidly spread to the feet of the rest of the army. Whoosh! Gales howled as all the heaven-earth origin chi in a radius of 100 li began to gather, surging into the bodies of the Divine Prison Army, the Divine Martial Army, the Dragon Stallion Army, the Iron Wall Army, and the Roaring Tiger Army. Not only that, the support of these halos caused the blood energy in the bodies of all the soldiers to come to life, and even the flow of stellar energy in their bodies became much faster. The ultimate martial halo. This was the most famous halo ability of the ultimate martial army. Its use was not to increase one's strength, but to assist the army in increasing the recovery rate of origin energy and stellar energy, as well as the flow of blood energy in battle, as well as physical strength and endurance. These halos could make the army more explosive and durable. In a flash, the situation around the 1,000 silver war machines clearly changed. The soldiers of the Divine Martial Army, Divine Prison Army, Iron Wall Army, Dragon Stallion Army, and roaring tiger army clearly felt their bodies and feet become lighter and more powerful, and the speed of their attacks and reactions clearly increased. The blood beast army, the iron blood army, and the fearless army immediately began to feel an enormous pressure. The death army's advantage had been greatly reduced. All the Arabs widened their eyes at this sight. Wang Chong, it's still not enough. We don't have enough people. Should we send in more soldiers? Gao Xianji couldn't help but ask after a few moments of raging air. This was a battle of tit for tat. Up until now, neither side had retreated. However, the Tang dynasty's weakness was still on full display, its disadvantage in numbers. Time slowly passed, and after the initial disadvantage, the Death Army swiftly began to display its advantage in numbers. The additional 4,000 soldiers quickly surrounded the other top-class armies of the Tang dynasty, and the battle once more became tense. Bang! An Iron Wall army soldier was too slow to react, and was stabbed through the right chest by a Death Army soldier. At the same time, the immense force of the blow sent him crashing into the ground, creating a crater. Soon after, another Divine Prison Army soldier was wounded, and the Divine Martial Army and Roaring Tiger Army began to retreat. Wang Chong. Gao Xianji subconsciously turned to Wang Chong. Although his face remained calm, his eyes and tensed muscles betrayed the unease in his heart. They were outnumbered. The Arabs had the advantage in numbers. Once one corner was routed, the rest of the army would collapse in a domino fashion. Bang! As he spoke, several dozen more soldiers were heavily wounded by the Death Army. This time, even the Roaring Tiger Army soldiers were wounded. These top-class soldiers trained by Zhang Shogui had been able to suppress even Abu Muslim's fearless army, but they would find it hard to hold out against the even more powerful and numerous Death Army. The howling winds ruffled Wang Chong's black hair, but his youthful face remained unperturbed as he calmly looked forward. "There's no need to worry about it. Let them continue," Wang Chong firmly said. The battle continued, and it was only getting more and more intense. Sabers flashed and sword flashed in the air, the sabers of both sides moving with incredible speed, each strike aimed at the enemy's vitals. In this dangerous battle, both sides displayed superhuman skills. The slightest carelessness could result in death or injury. And from start to finish, not a single one of the Tang dynasty soldiers had retreated. The Arabs had not sent any more soldiers. At this stage of the battle, the best of the Arabs' soldiers had been deployed, leaving them with few reinforcements. In contrast to the fierce melee on the battlefield, whether it was the 4 black Arab war banners in the distance or the steel defense line at Talas, all was deathly still. At this moment, the commanders of both sides were maintaining extreme restraint and silence. The Blood Beast Army, Divine Martial Army, Iron Blood Army, Iron Wall Army. This was not just a contest between the two sides of Talas, but also a contest between Arabia and the Tang dynasty, the two strongest empires of the East and West. At the same time, it was also a contest of wills between the commanders of both sides. The Tang dynasty and Arabia, for one continent to have two such powerful empires, this is truly not the good fortune of our Uzun. In the distance, to the left of the 4 Arab war banners, the eagle of the plateau, Dusong Mangpoj, could not help but speak in Uzun as he watched the distant battle, an emotional expression on his face. These supreme armies of the East and West were far too powerful, so powerful that they surpassed the limits of any soldier. Each of them could cleave a Tibetan horseman charging at full speed into two. These were the strongest warriors, but in all of Uzun, there were not many such powerful armies. At the very least, none of the armies that Uzun had brought this time, other than the Mutri Great Cavalry, could compare to these supreme armies. Ha! Chapter 1094. Dusong Mangpoj's words were exactly what he was feeling. Uzun could be considered an extremely powerful existence in the East, but in the face of the Tang dynasty and Arabia, he instantly paled in comparison. Although Dalawan Ruozan possessed extraordinary intelligence, even Dalawan Ruozan could only sigh in the face of this disparity in strength. In the distance, the winds howled as the battle continued. The addition of the Death Army had a massive effect on the battlefield. In a few short moments, the Tang dynasty had lost several hundred of its elite soldiers, and the Divine Prison Army, Divine Martial Army, Dragon Stallion Army, and Roaring Tiger Army had all suffered casualties, but gradually, the situation began to subtly change. Pooh! A cold light flashed, and a sword around 3 feet long pierced through a gap in the attack of a fearless army soldier. With a hair's breadth's difference, the sword abruptly shattered his breastplate and stabbed into his heart. The fearless army soldier didn't even have time to grunt before his body went limp and he dropped to his knees, instantly becoming a corpse. Meanwhile, across from the Divine Prison Army, there was a flash of light as a blood-beast army soldier was stabbed through the neck. His body was riddled with sword chi, and he shuddered a few times before collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide open. Bang bang bang! One soldier after another. For the first time, the Arabs were dying at a higher rate than the Tang dynasty. Although the number of deaths was not that obvious, the trend had already appeared and was still increasing. There was no doubt about it. Pass on my order. Gather the army and pull in. The ultimate martial army will be the core. The other armies will surround and defend the ultimate martial army. Wang Chong sternly ordered, his expression cold and stern. Yes. A banner flashed through the air, swiftly delivering the order to the front. As for the Divine Martial Army, Divine Prison Army, Roaring Tiger Army, the 5 armies began to shift their formation, slowly forming a more compact and circular defensive formation. It was no longer a one-on-one or one-on-two battle. As the 20,000-some elite armies began to pull in, the area that the Death Army could attack shrank. Their advantage in numbers was greatly reduced by this shift in formation. Plush! 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 Sharp and vicious swords shot out like lightning bolts, stabbing into the bodies of the Death Army soldiers. The dark red tip of the sword pierced through their backs, and fresh blood flowed out of the blade. These powerful warriors immediately fell to the ground. Bang! 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 The soldiers of the Blood Beast Army also began to drop to the ground. The halo of the ultimate martial army was beginning to show its strength. Not only that, but the Arab army was also suffering casualties. Although they were outnumbered by 4,000, the Great Tang had relied on their teamwork and formation to quickly stabilize their footing. Although there was a discrepancy of 4,000, the Arab army's cavalry army, the Tang army, and the Arab army was the most powerful. And the heart is easy to break. The Arabs' physical strength, stellar energy, and fighting power are clearly unable to keep up. Zhao Army, Emperor Army, Dynasty, the Army, Wang, Army, the Fang, Xiu, Army, Ai, Army, Achun, Long, the Tang, the Divine Martial Army, the Ultimate Martial Army, the Roaring Tiger Army, and the Arab Death Army were all top-class forces in the world. When they faced a weaker opponent, it wouldn't be too much of a problem, but when they faced a powerful opponent of the same level, their stamina, stellar energy, and all other aspects would be greatly consumed. But the Tang dynasty was different. The ultimate martial halo allowed its soldiers to recover their stamina and stellar energy far faster than the Death Army and the Arab Army, and the longer this advantage lasted, the more obvious it became. There was no doubt that this was all part of Wang Chong's calculations. As the battle continued, the casualties on both sides continued to rise. Pass on my order. Move out the MO Saber unit. Wang Chong's eyes flashed as he gave the order. The halo of the ultimate martial army had already begun to take effect, but elsewhere, the Arab army was still under enormous pressure. The tens of thousands of Arab cavalry were charging at the steel defense line of the Tang dynasty. The Arabs' advantage in numbers was still a hurdle that could not be overcome. In many places, Arab cavalry were already beginning to break through the defense line and charge into the Tang dynasty rank. Your subordinate will go, a messenger from behind said as he turned around and began to gallop into the distance. The Mo Saber unit would not lightly step onto the battlefield, but Wang Chong was now forced to consider using them. Sometimes, a rout could happen in the blink of an eye. If one could not discover it ahead of time and stop it, it could lead to a complete rout. But now that the Mo Saber unit was on the battlefield, Wang Chong no longer had many trump cards to use. Clang! Cold light flashed in the sky as the Mo Saber unit raised their 7-foot-long Mo Sabers and stood like a wall, their gleaming light instantly attracting the attention of the entire battlefield. Boom, 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 the army moved. 10,000 Mo Saber soldiers lined up in a row, advancing like a massive wave. Their unstoppable momentum immediately shook the entire battlefield. Before the Mo Saber unit had even stepped out of the defense line, their majestic momentum had already caused countless warhorses to neigh in fear. Haha, it's about time. Faisal, move out. Beneath the fluttering black Arab war banner, Ibak looked away from the distance and suddenly turned his head to the side. Since Qilib and Abu Muslim have mobilized their soldiers, it's time for our Mamelukes to move. Let those infidels have a taste of our power. Both sides had deployed almost all their soldiers on the battlefield, but the Mamelukes, the finest force of cavalry west of the Tsong Mountains, had yet to enter the field. But the situation had changed, and the Mamelukes were finally stepping onto the stage of Talas for the first time. Clang! Behind the black crescent moon banner of Arabia, a pitch-black warhorse snorted and stomped its hooves down. Boom! In an instant, a frost-like power, deep and dark red, shot out from the place where the horse's hoof had landed. The aura of the entire Arab army instantly changed. Buzz! A profound energy that seemed to come from another world swept out like a storm, engulfing the entire battlefield. The temperature plummeted, and at almost the same time, everyone heard an inhuman roar that belonged only to the undead. Cree! This heart-rending sound did not resound in the real world, but in everyone's souls. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed. Even Daluan Ruozan, Huashu Wizang, Dusong Mangpoj, and the nearby Dwusili couldn't help but turn to that pitch-black army brimming with killing intent that seemed to have stepped out of the abyss. The Highland steeds of the Ney army seemed to sense something and began to retreat. Bastard! Hwaba Senji was enraged by this sight. What are you doing? Hurry up and restrain the warhorses. This time, it was the Mutri Great Cavalry that were retreating. The horsemen were all pulling on their reins, doing their utmost to restrain the horses, but to no avail. These Highland steeds, which had been through many battles and strict training, seemed to have sensed some terrifying power and retreated with all their might. Bang! The Mutri Great Cavalry were far from the only ones affected. On the other side, the Celestial Wolf Cavalry were also retreating. Dwusili was already stamping his feet in rage and cursing, but it was all to no avail. Clang clang! With a clattering of metal, the 10,000 Mamelukes appeared before everyone's eyes. The halos beneath their feet were black and tinged with gold, and a black mist suffused with the aura of death was constantly seeping out of these halos and dissipating into the air. But these icy halos seemed to contain a different kind of energy in the darkness, making the Mamelukes seem even more dignified and majestic. Darkness, decay, death, majesty, holiness. These completely different energies were all concentrated on the bodies of the same army. Buzz! As countless people watched, the void began to twist, and in the distant sky above the Mamelukes, a dignified figure wearing a mask appeared. This mask was made of pure gold and inlaid with all kinds of gems, agates, and jadeite. Most striking of all was the terrifying ice snake on the forehead of the mask. This pair of icy eyes was like a god looking down on the world, piercing through time and space to observe all living beings. And behind this figure, there was a huge tetrahedral golden building standing tall. It was a huge pyramid. The Pharaoh Halo. This was the most powerful war halo that Ibak had obtained from the High Priest. The lands to the west of the Tsong Mountains had once been home to countless powerful and ancient civilizations, the Pharaoh civilization being one of them. This was a powerful empire that worshipped the sun god and the nether god. Their ruler was called the Pharaoh, and they believed themselves to be the incarnations of gods, so powerful that they could communicate with the nether god and the world of death. This was where Ibak's Pharaoh halo came from. Gallop, gallop. The clopping of hooves could be heard from the rear, and the dense ranks of the Mamelukes parted like a wave. Deputy Commander Faisal of the Mamelukes slowly rode over. Faisal slowly raised his head and gazed at the Mamelukes, a cruel and savage smile on his face. Equipped with armor and swords forged from meteoric star metal, and with the brand new Pharaoh halo, the Mamelukes were far stronger than they had been in the past. Neither the Sassanid Aswaran cataphracts nor the Wushang cavalry of the east were a match for them. Chapter 1095. Clang. Faisal slowly took out the scimitar on his back. Amid the sound of metal clanging, he unsheathed the scimitar and raised it above his head. Move out! Boom! The river of ice shattered as Faisal swung down his scimitar and charged forward. Behind him, the 10,000 Mamelukes who were born to fight and had an instinct for slaughter roared and charged out of the camp like a tide. A whoosh! The moment the Mamelukes began to move, Wang Chong's eyes and ears focused on their surroundings. On the Tang dynasty's side, Wang Chong, Gao Xianji, and Cheng Qianli immediately sensed something and turned to look. "My lord, the Mamelukes have moved out," Xue Qianjun said. The Sassanid dynasty messenger from Khorasan had given the Tang dynasty a great deal of information. Thus, even though this was the first time the Mamelukes had entered the field at Talas, all the top-class generals of the Tang dynasty had immediately recognized them. "Banahan, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip," Wang Chong suddenly said. "Haha, I've heard of the Mamelukes of Arabia a long time ago. To be able to fight with them at Talas can be considered fulfilling one of my dreams." Banahan faintly smiled as he rode away. The greatest weakness of the Wushang cavalry was that they lacked brigadier generals. This was also because Wang Chong was too inexperienced in the army and did not have any subordinates of this level. Thus, pairing the Wushang cavalry with a brigadier general had been a decision that Wang Chong had made after much thought. Banahan was a powerful and renowned general of the western regions. More importantly, Wang Chong had helped Banahan fulfill the long-cherished wish of this Ferganan chieftain and bring the great fire crow art to the highest level. This was why Wang Chong had chosen him. Dee-da-da! At the rear of the army, a warhorse sneezed and kicked its hooves, its mane fluttering in the wind. At the very front of the army, Banahan and Cui Piaoqi stood side by side. Behind them were 10,000 Wushang cavalry. After the tempering of war, this army had grown even more powerful, especially in the battles against the Mutri Great Cavalry, the Celestial Wolf Cavalry, and other top cavalry of the world. This army had honed their skills and developed an aura that could look down on the world. There was no one in the world that the Wushang cavalry could not defeat. "Everyone, listen up. Let's go." With a solemn expression on his face, Cui Piaoqi said his last words as he abruptly pulled out his longsword. The sharp Wuzi steel sword flashed a glimmer of dazzling cold light under the gloomy and cold sky. Rumble! In the next moment the earth shook and the sky shook. More than 10,000 Wushang iron cavalry formed into formations, and like thunder, they suddenly leaped out from the rear of the army. Nei! There was an earth-shattering neigh, and in the next instant, time seemed to stop. As countless people watched, a black warhorse covered in armor suddenly shot out of a gap in the first defense line, its pitch-black eyes clearly reflecting the dense ranks of Arab cavalry and the countless scimitars in their hands. Boom! The warhorse crashed into an Arab horseman outside the defense line, sending him and his horse flying. At the same time, clang! A pitch-black war halo erupted from beneath the hooves of the warhorse. In a flash of light, this massive war halo was as sharp as a sword, instantly cleaving two approaching Arab horsemen in two. Rumble! The earth rumbled, and as the warhorse landed, time returned to normal. The 10,000 Wushang cavalry charged into the sea of Arab cavalry outside the defense line. Ah! Screams resounded over the battlefield as the 10,000 Wushang cavalry began to topple the previously unstoppable Arab cavalry like dominoes. 4,000, 6,000, 8,000, the Arabs outside the defense line were dying at an astonishing rate. For the first time since the start of the battle, the Wushang cavalry had reached the level of 10,000. This was a qualitative change, and the 10,000 Wushang cavalry were on a completely different level in terms of momentum, offense, and ferocity. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! It's the Tang Dynasty cavalry. Run! We're simply no match for them. Have the Mamelukes deal with them. The Arab cavalry outside the defense line were in chaos, and the soldiers of the Governor of Iron and Blood were fleeing as if they were the plague. From the start of the battle until now, all the soldiers under Abu Muslim's command had witnessed the terror of the Wushang cavalry. Countless soldiers in the army had died to their swords, and in terms of pure lethality, they were basically a moving ballista of the Tang. Rumble! Dust churned as the 10,000 Wushang cavalry charged through the army, sending the Arabs into disarray as they charged toward the Mamelukes. Hoba Senji, you should go as well. We can't miss out on this feast, Daluan Ruozan suddenly said. Rumble! A few moments later, the earth quaked and dust roiled as the 6,000-some Mutri great cavalry left the camp, transforming into a flood of flames that followed the Mamelukes and charged forward. Shamshak, Chek and Benba, the two of you go as well. Duwusali stood not far from Uzan, his eyes flashing as he gave the order. In this three-way alliance, the Arabs had already dispatched nearly 90% of their soldiers, and even Uzan had taken part. Duwusali naturally wouldn't leave any room for gossip. A few moments later, there was another massive rumble as the 5,000 Celestial Wolf cavalry charged forward like water pouring out of a sluice gate. The mood on the battlefield once more grew tense. 10,000 Wushang cavalry, 10,000 Mamelukes, 6,000 Mutri great cavalry, and 5,000 Celestial Wolf cavalry. This was a battle between the best cavalry in the world, and it quickly became the focus of everyone's attention. Rumble! As the army approached, the quaking of the earth intensified, and the tension in the air reached its peak. Cui Piaoqi, it's all up to you now. As Wang Chong gazed at that majestic figure in the distance, this thought suddenly flitted through his mind. Every one of the commanders at Wang Chong's side had followed Wang Chong for a very long time, and a significant number of them had participated in the War of the Southwest with him, experiencing the cruel and bloody battles of the battlefield. It was precisely because of their shared experiences that Wang Chong had a deep understanding of them, which was why he had given them command of the army. For someone like Cui Piaoqi, who had almost never interacted with Wang Chong before, to command Wang Chong's most elite Wushang cavalry was something that had never happened before. But even though Cui Piaoqi didn't have any astonishing accomplishments, Wang Chong's trust in him was no less than that of Li Sai or Su Kri. Cui Piaoqi was different from the others at Wang Chong's side. When Wang Chong had first met him in Wushang village, he had already been very strong, but this was not the true reason Wang Chong had chosen him. The most important reason was that Cui Piaoqi was born to be the most outstanding and valiant commander. He had a keen perception and learning ability that no one else could compare to. In his last life, Cui Piaoqi had been the strongest general under Wang Chong's command. He was completely capable of commanding an army and assuming sole responsibility, not much inferior to Wang Chong. Second brother, I hope you'll do as I said and really give those things to him. As Wang Chong muttered to himself, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. For some reason, Wang Chong recalled a scene from more than 2 months ago. Little brother, what is this? In the Chishi Protectorate headquarters, Wang Bei stared in confusion at the thick stack of paper that Wang Chong had handed him. Second brother, help me preserve these things. After a while, someone will arrive here, and I need you to personally deliver these things to him. If there's anything he doesn't understand, I hope that you can tell him everything, no matter how big or small. Wang Chong earnestly said. Wang Bei was bewildered, but in the end, he nodded. Cui Piaoqi's talent and comprehension ability on the battlefield were second only to his own, and Wang Chong had originally wanted to avoid involving him in this war. But when the nest was overturned, how could any eggs remain unbroken? If reinforcements were needed for the Tala's war, the one Wang Chong hoped to send was Cui Piaoqi. Rumble! The two supreme armies of the East and West were getting closer and closer, and the energy on both sides was getting stronger and stronger. Roar! The aura of the 10,000 Mamelukes grew heavier and heavier, their halos vibrating more and more intensely, and the light above their heads grew dimmer and dimmer. From a distance, one could see an invisible shroud of light enveloping the entire Mameluke army, making it seem like a completely different world. Terrifying roars could be heard from within the shroud of light. This was the sound of a world of death. At this moment, the Mamelukes seemed to have connected the two worlds of life and death. The power of an ancient civilization from several thousand years ago had been concentrated on the bodies of these most elite, most terrifying, and most bloodthirsty Mamelukes. When the 10,000 Mamelukes charged together, their momentum was enough to topple mountains and overturn seas. It was like anyone who stood in their way, whether living or dead, would be flung into that dreadful world of death. 200 zhang, 100 zhang, 50 zhang. The distance was closing. Deputy Commander Faisal's eyes were cold and sinister, a bloodthirsty smile on his lips. At this distance, he could clearly see every soldier of the Wushang cavalry. Their aura, equipment, strength, the intensity of their halos, and the valiant will they exuded, they truly surpassed any army they had encountered before. Faisal did not doubt that such an army and such fierce cavalry would be able to smash a mountain into pieces if they charged at such a high speed. But the more they're like this, the more worth killing. Chapter 1096. Chapter 1084. Attack. Only conquering the strong was worthy of glory. Although the Mamelukes had accepted the Caliph's order and mobilized their forces to Khorasan to suppress the peasants' uprising, this was not the Mamelukes' original intention. It was just that the imperial decree could not be defied. Of course, the greatest hope for Faisal and the Mamelukes was to find the remnants of the Sassanid dynasty's Aswaran cataphracts and completely destroy the strongest cavalry of the Sassanid dynasty so that they could complete the unfinished battle of the past. But now, a powerful force of Aswaran cataphracts had clearly appeared before them. Destroying them was no less important than destroying the Aswaran cataphracts. Pharaoh Halo. Faisal pointed his scimitar at the sky, and with a howl, a halo of light shot through the army. The Mamelukes, who had already reached a peak in speed, once more soared to an astonishing level. Wherever the army passed, it left behind countless afterimages. Bang! A horse's hoof stomped down heavily. The moment it landed, the hard ground seemed to be under the weight of 10,000 caddies. With a bang, the ground cracked, and countless pieces of rubble flew into the air. By the time the stones fell, the last Mameluke had already vanished, leaving behind a deep trail of hooves. 20 zhang. At this distance, the winds stirred up by the two armies were so dense that they seemed to take physical form. Each of them was like an enormous iron fist that fiercely punched at the other. Whether it was the Mamelukes or the Wushang cavalry, this distance was extremely dangerous. Neither side had any room to maneuver, and neither could even change direction. Both sides, whether they were the Tang dynasty or the Arabs, were holding their breaths, their minds extremely nervous. Even Wang Chong's eyes couldn't help but widen, his breathing a little ragged. Everything had changed. The Mamelukes seemed to have undergone some subtle transformations. They were even more powerful than they had been in his last life, and it wasn't just their equipment. Even their halos had changed. As for the Wushang cavalry, Wang Chong had gathered 10,000 Wushang cavalry for the first time. One was the number 1 cavalry of the Abbasid Caliphate, publicly acknowledged as the strongest cavalry before the calamity. The other was the number 1 cavalry of the Tang dynasty, publicly acknowledged as the strongest cavalry of the apocalypse. Originally, it was impossible for the 2 strongest cavalry units to meet each other. However, because of him, an unprecedented and world-shaking battle had occurred here. Even Wang Chong did not know what the final outcome of such an unprecedented event would be. Clang! In the distance, just as the 2 armies were about to collide, a sudden change occurred. Right in front of the army, the warhorse beneath Cui Piaoqi suddenly stomped down, and a powerful war halo shot out from beneath its feet, radiating to the entire army. Kill! It was like thousands of souls were howling at the same time. Space twisted as a bloody hue erupted from the depths of space and engulfed the entire army. The 10,000 Wushang cavalry instantly vanished, and where they had been standing, everyone was shocked to see an unbelievable sight. Darkness had shrouded the earth, and in the depths of this darkness were countless bones and corpses. A boundless sea of blood flowed over the earth, and in the center of the earth, countless demons were engaged in a frenzied slaughter. This was a world of death, a forbidden zone for the soul, a slaughterhouse of life. Anyone who glanced at it would be sucked in, plunged into the deepest nightmare. What is this? Faisal was stunned by this sight, and all the warhorses seemed to have been given a massive fright, neighing in fear. Everything before them had undoubtedly surpassed their imaginations, but no matter what they wanted to do, it was too late. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, the 2 armies fiercely collided like 2 prehistoric beasts. The terrifying sound of the collision completely drowned out the sounds of fighting on the entire battlefield. Not even the sound of a single army could compare to the sound of the collision between the Mamelukes and the Wushang cavalry. Bzzz. Time seemed to slow down countless times. As countless people watched, a dark and profound halo that seemed to come from the depths of the underworld spread out from beneath the feet of a galloping Wushang horseman. It smashed through the dust and rubble as it collided with the pharaoh halo of a blood-eyed Mameluke. Boom! The 2 halos collided with each other, yet an ear-piercing boom akin to that of steel rang out. The 2 halos simultaneously shattered, and countless halos fragments flew out. It gave off the feeling that it was not a product of stellar energy, but actual metal that had been refined from steel. Whoosh! As the 2 halos were destroyed, the Wushang cavalry and the Mamelukes did not hesitate in the slightest, continuing to charge at each other with unrelenting momentum. At that instant, one of their gazes was piercingly cold like a blade and peerlessly sharp, whereas the other's gaze was scarlet red, brutal, and revealed boundless desire to slaughter. Both of them stared at each other with sharp gazes, and neither had the slightest intention of backing down. Boom! In less than a second, the 2 fully armored warhorses collided with each other like 2 mountains in the mighty wind. Kacha, kacha, kacha! Amidst the deafening rumble, the sound of flesh and blood colliding with each other rang in everyone's ears. In the blink of an eye, countless bones of the 2 warhorses had been smashed into smithereens. Blood gushed out from the places where the 2 warhorses collided. Just as the 2 warhorses collided with each other, Kai-il! Kai-il! Furious roars shook the heavens. In a cold flash of light, the Mameluke mounted on the back of the Arabian warhorse stabbed his scimitar at the Wushang cavalry with astonishing speed. His movements were clean and precise, without any unnecessary movement. Moreover, his movements were swift to the extreme, all of them aimed at vital point. His goal was to kill his opponent as quickly as possible. In terms of attack speed, even armies like the Divine Martial Army and Dragon Stallion Army were a little slower than them. Bang! This scimitar was powerful and heavy, and the armored warhorse of the Wushang cavalry was immediately cleaved in 2, its blood spraying the ground. But in the wind, the Mameluke's saber struck nothing but air. Although it had killed the warhorse, the Wushang cavalry on it had vanished. Even though all the Mamelukes were veterans of hundreds of battles, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Bang! At almost the same time, a sharp aura erupted, and before the Mameluke could react, the sharp tip of a sword rapidly expanded in his eyes, stabbing at him from a strange and tricky angle. This sword was extremely fast and sudden, and by the time he realized it, it was only a few feet away. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the hilt of the saber had been pulled back, blocking the Wushang cavalry's sure kill blow. The Mameluke's reaction was also extremely frightening. He had actually thought to use the hilt of his scimitar at this time, and from his reaction, it was clear that this was not his first time. As warriors who lived to fight and kill, the Mamelukes were able to react to all sorts of attacks and unexpected situations with unbelievable speed. But even so, this seasoned Mameluke had still underestimated his opponent. Bang! A foot suddenly flew out from under the horse's belly and kicked the Mameluke in the waist, sending him flying into a cloud of dust. The Wushang cavalry immediately flipped back onto the horse's back. Buzz! With the Wushang cavalry's victory, time seemed to return to normal. Bang bang bang! Similar scenes occurred everywhere as one Wushang cavalry after another clashed with the Mameluke. On the Ney, men and horses were thrown off their feet and screams filled the air. Boom! A Mameluke was unable to endure the enormous force of the charge and was sent flying into the air like a ragdoll. At the same time, an Arabian scimitar forged from meteoric star metal slashed through the neck of a Wushang horseman. Not even the armor of meteoric star metal could completely protect these weak points. Blood flowed freely across the earth as countless warhorses were pulverized by this terrifying charge. Whether it was the Wushang cavalry or the Mamelukes, each of them represented the supreme power of the continent, and the intensity of the battle between the two was unimaginable. Countless Mamelukes and Wushang cavalry were slain by the clashing of metal and the thundering of horses. Meanwhile, the Azura Hell Formation and the Pharaoh Halo, these two supreme energies of slaughter and death, were also fiercely clashing. The earth beneath the feet of these two armies trembled, trembled, and trembled. It was as if even the earth felt fear and alarm in the face of these two kings of cavalry. Dust billowed into the air, and even light seemed to be affected by these two forces, constantly twisting and distorting. The two supreme powers of the continent were locked in a stalemate, locked in a fierce melee, unable to determine a victor. It was a short moment, but it felt as long as a century, and it seemed like the stalemate was going to last forever. Rumble! As the vanguard of the two armies fiercely clashed, few people noticed that the 10,000 Wushang cavalry suddenly split in two. The 4,000 cavalry in the rear split off, accelerating as they did so, simultaneously splitting to the left and right. Like two sharp blades, they went around the left and right flanks, and in the blink of an eye, they crashed into the left and right flanks of the 10,000 Mameluke. Buzz! All the Mamelukes had been charging with all their might, their minds completely focused on the Wushang cavalry in front of them. Suddenly, they sensed darkness on their flanks as the other two groups of cavalry charged in. Caught off guard, the Mamelukes fell into chaos. The 10,000 Mamelukes were used to this sort of frontal assault, so they had never imagined that the enemy would use this sort of tactic. Chapter 1097. Not good! Careful! They're attacking from the flank. The two sides of the Mamelukes were in chaos and panic. Countless Mamelukes immediately changed directions, relying on their outstanding fighting power and organization. The 10,000 Mamelukes instantly formed two elementary defense lines on the left and right before the 4,000 Wushang cavalry could reach them. Only the Mamelukes could react in less than a second and form two defensive lines in such a short amount of time. But even so, it was too late. They were both top-notch cavalrymen in the world, and their strengths were almost on par. Both sides were scheming against each other, and the result was already decided from the very beginning. Rumble! The Mamelukes on the left and right could only last for a few moments before being torn to shreds by the surging charge of the 4,000 Wushang cavalry. Nay, as the 4,000 Wushang cavalry charged in, countless Mamelukes were knocked to the ground by the enormous momentum of the charge, and then trampled by countless war horses. What? In the distance, beneath the fluttering black war banner, Ibak's pupils constricted, as if he had been pricked by a needle. The Mamelukes were accustomed to using overwhelming strength to overwhelm their opponents, so they had never imagined that the Tang people would be able to adapt like this. Moreover, the 4,000 Wushang cavalry had chosen to attack precisely where the Mamelukes' defenses were the weakest. Ibak wanted to give the order, but it was too late. Rumble! Countless war horses were toppled to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. In a single clash, the Mamelukes had suffered grievous losses. They had not lost in terms of strength or formation, but they had lost to Cui Piaoqi's command and strategy. Charge together! Break them down! Cui Piaoqi's calm and steady voice echoed over the battlefield like a great bell. Fully armored, he took the lead and charged at the center of the Mamelukes. And to the left and right, the 4,000 Wushang cavalry were cutting the Mamelukes into pieces, not giving them a chance to regroup or organize a defense. 10 charges, 10 victories. This was originally the weakest of the 10 apocalyptic formations, its offensive power inferior to that of the Azura Hell formation. But after some thought, Cui Piaoqi decided to split his army in two. The 6,000 Wushang cavalry would face the enemy head-on and use the Azura Hell formation to block the Mamelukes' charge. Then, he would use the 10 charges 10 victories formation to cut in from the weakest point of the Mamelukes' defense and throw their formation into chaos. And reality proved that Cui Piaoqi's strategy had a decisive effect. In this clash of armies, the Mamelukes had no experience in dealing with the tactics and formations of the East, and they were instantly routed by the Wushang cavalry. No one had expected this outcome. Bastard! Ibak clenched his fists, his face contorted into a nasty grimace. Even his body was trembling in rage. But no matter what he said, it was too late. Cui Piaoqi, this truly is your style. I just knew that you wouldn't disappoint me. At this sight, Wang Chong's lips finally curled into a smile. Back then, Wang Chong had chosen Cui Piaoqi to be his most valiant general not just because of his incredible strength, but also because of his astonishing ability to adapt to the situation on the battlefield. No matter the occasion, he would always make unexpected and extraordinary decisions, and he would change his mind at any time according to the situation on the battlefield. No one under Wang Chong's command could compare to him in this aspect. In this clash, the Wushang cavalry had indisputably crushed the Mamelukes, establishing themselves as the strongest cavalry force in the world. Congratulations to user! For defeating the Mamelukes, you have been rewarded 1,000 points of destiny energy. Congratulations to user! For obtaining the title of the strongest cavalry, the Wushang cavalry has been rewarded 2,000 points of destiny energy. Heroes rise together, cavalry struggle. User has completed the hidden side mission and has been rewarded 1,000 points of destiny energy. In total, user has been rewarded 4,000 points of destiny energy. A string of messages washed through Wang Chong's mind like a waterfall, but Wang Chong had no time to pay attention to them. This battle was no longer a clash between soldiers, but a battle that would decide the fate of the East and West. As the strongest force on the Tang dynasty's side, the 10,000 Wushang cavalry were far from facing a single Mameluke. Behind him, the 6,000-some Mutri Great Cavalry and the 5,000-some Celestial Wolf Cavalry were in pursuit. Rumble! There was a heaven-shaking boom as the Wushang Cavalry, Mamelukes, Mutri Great Cavalry, and Celestial Wolf Cavalry began to engage in a melee. The neighing of horses, the clashing of sabers, the screams of the Mutri Great Cavalry, and the quaking of the earth once more transformed the battle into an unfathomable mess. Waves of miserable screams suddenly rose and fell, coming from another direction. While the 10,000 Wushang cavalry had routed the Mamelukes and were engaged in a melee with the other 3 cavalry units, the appearance of the MO Sabre unit also dealt a massive blow to the Arab cavalry. When the 10,000 MO Sabre soldiers took a single step forward, instantly cleaving 10,000 Arab horsemen and their horses in two, sending severed limbs flying through the air. Although there were only 10,000 of them, they were using a special human wall formation. From a certain perspective, the 10,000 MO Sabre soldiers were even more lethal than the Wushang cavalry of the same number, and their momentum was even more intimidating. After killing their foes, the 10,000 MO Sabres advanced once more, swinging down their 8-foot-long sabres. In the blink of an eye, the earth quaked and the horses neighed as another 10,000 Arab cavalry fell to the feet of the MO Sabres. With 2 swings of their sabres, nearly 20,000 Arab horsemen had been instantly killed. This was a shocking sight to behold. Fire! At the front of the army, Li Sai gripped his saber with both hands as he led his soldiers forward for the 3rd time. This time, many of the Arab horsemen retreated in fear, but there were still quite a few who continued to charge at the MO Sabre unit. Nay, in a flash of light, an Arab horseman swung his scimitar at a nearby MO Sabre soldier in a streak of light. If this scimitar were to land, it would probably be able to cleave apart a mountain. But the MO Sabre soldier didn't even blink in the face of this powerful blow. Boom! His MO Sabre collided with the Arabian scimitar. At this moment, the MO Sabre's slashing ability was on full display. Clang! There was a metallic clang as the MO Sabre cleaved the scimitar in the Arab horseman's hand into pieces. This is impossible! The Arab horseman's face contorted in fear, but it was too late. With the sound of a sharp blade cutting through flesh, the charging Arab horseman was cleaved in two along with his horse, including his armor. Thud thud! Chunks of flesh dropped to the ground as the MO Sabre soldier gripped his scimitar with both hands, standing like a god, his body seething with a baleful aura. Whoosh! At this sight, the 2 charging Arab horsemen felt their blood surge to their heads. As if they had been given a massive fright, they reined in their horses and began to retreat. The tyrannical offensive style of this army, its dreadful lethality, and its unique method of advancing had given these Arab elites an unprecedented blow. Mountain! At this moment, Li Sai's resonant voice rang out once more. All the MO Sabre squad members gathered once more, forming a straight and imposing human wall. In Fonlin volcanoes, the mountain character was the most unique. It was not only used for heavy attacks, but also as a signal for the army to regroup and regroup. As the MO Sabre soldiers advanced, they would inevitably encounter all kinds of problems that would cause their formation to change. Thus, they needed to use the mountain character to reorganize their formation. Besides the MO Sabre soldiers' MO Sabres, the secret of the MO Sabre soldiers was their unique human wall formation. Without this human wall formation, the MO Sabre soldiers would not have been able to create such a powerful charge and lethality. Osman, have your other army enter the field as well. Normal soldiers won't be able to stop them. In the distance, beneath the black Arab war banner, Abu Muslim suddenly turned his head to Osman and spoke. The MO Sabre soldiers were not that powerful individually, at least not on the level of the Blood Beast army or the Fearless army. But when they gathered together, not even the Fearless army would be able to do much damage. Osman nodded and quickly waved his arm. Soon, a messenger spurred his horse and galloped to the rear. The Tibbs army. This was the last top-class army under Osman's command, but Osman did not have the resources that Abu Muslim or Qutayba had, so this army could not compare to the Fearless army in terms of numbers and strength. Moreover, in a recent campaign, Osman's Tibbs army had been ambushed and suffered many casualties. Thus, Osman had been holding back in this battle. He did not want to use this army so quickly in order to avoid too many casualties. But now, he had no choice but to enter the battlefield. Moreover, the strength of the MO Sabre soldiers could not compare to the other top-class armies, and this was the only reason Osman could accept. Rumble! A few moments later, another army stepped onto the battlefield, heading toward the 10,000 Mo saber soldiers. At this moment, Abu Muslim, Osman, and Ibak had all sent out their top-class armies. Even the Mutri Great Cavalry and Celestial Wolf Cavalry of the Uzun and Western Turks had stepped onto the battlefield. Chapter 1098. Update 7a. The battle was intensifying, the soldiers of both sides fighting with each other. Large numbers of cavalry were falling at every moment, and a bloody mist was roiling through the air. The battle was still in a stalemate. Wang Chong was waiting, Gao Xianji was waiting, and beneath the Black War banner, Qutayba, Abu Muslim, and Dalun Ruozan were also waiting. No battle could go on forever. No matter how well matched the opponent was, there would always be a moment when the victor would be decided. And when the victor was decided, it would definitely be a complete victory for one side and a complete defeat for the other. Several hours quickly passed, and the casualties on both sides continued to pile up. Bang bang bang. As the Tang dynasty soldiers ran out of energy, the enemy took advantage of their weakness, the sharp Arabian scimitars cleaving through their armor, flesh and bones, stabbing deep into their organs. These Tang dynasty soldiers instantly fell lifeless to the ground. Across from them, 10 some Arab horsemen had also been beheaded, their bodies dropping to the ground. Whether it was the Tang dynasty or the Arabs, the soldiers of both sides had stubbornly refused to retreat. No matter how many people fell, there would always be someone to take their place and return to the battlefield. Pass on my order. Have the enforcers enter the field. Anyone who retreats is to be immediately executed. Abu Muslim withdrew his gaze from the distant Black War banner and turned his head to his deputy. Yes. The adjutant, who was tall and sturdy like an iron tower, quickly turned around and left. In just a moment, a law enforcement team consisting of 4,000 to 5,000 people lined up like a wall and appeared at the back of the battlefield. Each of them gripped a bright scimitar as they viciously stared forward. Enforcers. This was not a strange name in the Arabian Empire. In the early days of Arabia's expansion, enforcers had been established to prevent soldiers from escaping, but they had been removed long ago. This was not because the army had been reformed, but because the Arabs were so brave and skilled in battle that the enforcers were unnecessary. In their conquest of the various empires, the Arabs had been almost invincible, with no problem of escape. But now, with the intense battle at Talas, Abu Muslim had no choice but to act out of character and reorganize the law enforcement team, urging the army to step up its assault. The fierceness and cruelty of this war far exceeded everyone's expectations. The Arabs had never expected a fight like this, even when they had the absolute advantage in numbers. In the face of the terrifying killing power of the Tang people, even the valiant Arabs were beginning to feel fear. "Sir, the soldiers are having a hard time holding on." A voice came from behind the first line of defense. Suki turned around and looked at Wang Chong, his face full of worry. This war was far more intense and cruel than anyone could imagine. Not even the war of the Southwest could compare. Suki watched from behind the defense line. Even the ultimate martial army was showing signs of fatigue, beads of sweat dripping down their faces, seeping through their armor and into their boot. If even the ultimate martial army was in such a state, one could easily imagine how the others were faring. "We have no path of retreat. We can only continue. Retreat means death, and the Arabs aren't in much better condition than we are," Wang Chong sternly said, his eyes turning to the right to where Li Sai and the Mo Saber unit were. At this point in the battle, the Mo Saber squadron had finally suffered heavy casualties. A total of 5,000 Mo Saber squadron warriors had fallen on this battlefield. Their corpses were strewn all over the ground, their armor completely shattered. It had only been a month since the Mo Saber unit had been formed, but half of it had been lost. But as the Mo Saber unit's opponent, Osman's Tiber army, had also suffered grievous losses. At least 3,000 of the Tiber army and the Mo Saber unit had fallen together. Even the strongest of warriors would not be able to gain much of an advantage against the tyrannical attacks of the MO Saber unit. After all, the MO Saber unit's greatest advantage was its collective offensive power, not the strength of its individual soldiers. Tsukui, pass on my order. Beat the drums. Your subordinate will deliver this order. Tsukui bowed and quickly rode away. Bong bong bong. A few moments later, the heaven-shaking beating of war drums resounded from the rear of the army. The sound of these drums caused the exhausted Tang dynasty soldiers to reinvigorate and roar as they once more charged at the Arabs. The beating of the drums was a signal for war, one that could greatly raise the morale of an army. After fighting for so long, Wang Chong was now using the drums to raise morale. It was clear that the situation of this battle was extremely grim. The Tang dynasty could not afford to lose. Each Tang dynasty soldier could deeply sense the will of the drums. Their blood surged as they exploded with all the potential in their bodies, raising their swords high into the air and slashing down at the Arabs. For a moment, the screams of the Arabs filled the air as the Tang dynasty began to subtly change the situation. Boom! The moment the Tang dynasty's drums began to beat, the Arabs and Uzun soldiers in the rear of the Arab army swiftly responded. Ancient horns began to sound over the battlefield of Talas. Stimulated by the horns, the Arabs became even more ferocious, roaring as they blocked the fierce attacks of the Tang people. As the drums and horns sounded, the battle became even more intense and cruel. The number of casualties on both sides once more soared, but the battle remained at a stalemate. Bang! Time slowly passed, and as everyone's attention was focused on the intense battlefield, no one noticed that Qutayba, who had been standing at the very front of the 4 black war banners, had suddenly moved, his entire body glowing with dazzling light. That Arabian steed, the victor, suddenly took 2 steps forward, its golden hooves stomping down. In a flash, the earth quaked as a powerful energy surged through the earth. This sudden change immediately attracted everyone's attention. Abu Muslim, Ibak, Osman, Ziyad, and the other elite Arab generals trembled and immediately turned to look at Qutayba. No matter the time, Qutayba was always the center of the battlefield. Although Abu Muslim, Osman, and Ibak had many criticisms of Qutayba, not even the 4 of them realized that when it came to war, they seemed to instinctively rely on him. Pass on my order. Mobilize the Revelation Army. Qutayba's cold and aloof voice resounded in everyone's ears as he waved his arm and issued an order. The soldiers around the 4 black war banners instantly became energized, and even Ibak couldn't suppress the excitement in his eyes. They're finally moving out. Ibak's mind was filled with excitement as this thought flashed through his mind. The Revelation Army. This was Arab war god Qutayba's strongest force and the most terrifying army in the empire. In terms of fighting power, it was far superior to the Crimson Moon Vanguard, the Blood Beast Army, and the Death Army. Not even Abu Muslim's fearless army could compare to it. This was the strongest force under Qutayba's command in the Arabian Empire. Boom! Qutayba had barely finished speaking when the earth quaked as if an enormous hand had slammed into it. A moment later, the final elite force of the Arab army finally stepped onto the stage. Buzz! An army of more than 5,000 soldiers wearing golden armor and wielding golden heavy swords appeared in the rear of the Arab army. Just from appearance alone, this army was 70 to 80% similar to Qutayba's, and even the energy they exuded was similar. It was just that this army was not as strong as Qutayba's. But even so, this army gave off a bright, vast, valiant, and ferocious feeling. More than 5,000 Revelation warriors stood there, each of them as imposing as an abyss. They did not seem like warriors of the mortal world, but more like the kingdom of heaven itself. They were the soldiers of God. Whoosh! The air was solemn and somber as the winds howled. The appearance of the 5,000 golden-armored soldiers instantly changed the mood of the battlefield. Even though it was tens of thousands of feet away, anyone who saw it would feel a huge impact and pressure. Even before these Revelation Army soldiers had appeared, they were like heavy stones pressing down on everyone's hearts, making them feel like they were suffocating. The 5,000 Revelation Army soldiers looked down on the battlefield, their faces emotionless and callous. Attack! With this order, the 5,000 golden-armored Revelation Army soldiers transformed into flowing streams of golden light that shot toward the Tang dynasty like quicksilver. At that moment, the entire world fell silent. The aura exuded by the 5,000 Revelation Army soldiers was even more terrifying than the charge of 500,000 soldiers. The earth beneath their feet trembled and trembled. The dazzling golden light and the avalanche of energy truly were like the divine soldiers of the kingdom of heaven, giving everyone an intense shock and awe. Their strength was high and mighty, far surpassing any top-notch troops. Even the undead army paled in comparison to them. With the appearance of the final heavyweight Revelation army, the final army of the Arab side had also entered the field. At this point, the hundreds of thousands of Arab soldiers had entered the battlefield. Even Qutayba had no soldiers left under his command. Both sides had put all their strength into this battle, and the tide of the battle was once more in the Arabs' favor. Chapter 1099. Gamma 8, my lord. Behind the first defense line, Zhang Ke suddenly turned to Wang Chong, an extremely uneasy expression on his face. At the same time, the other generals looked over as well. There was a sliver of despair in their eyes. The Tang dynasty had put all its strength into this battle. Anong, Baiting, Longxi, all the protectorates had sent reinforcements, and even the imperial army guarding the capital had been moved to Talas. At this point in the battle, all the soldiers of the Tang dynasty had taken the field. But who could have imagined that in this fierce battle, the Arabs would still have such a destructive force? This army exuded a fierce and vicious aura, as vast as the sea. Although they had not yet entered the fray, just by watching from a distance, everyone could sense that this army was far more powerful than they had imagined. Not even the Divine Martial Army, Roaring Tiger Army, Divine Prison Army, or Ultimate Martial Army could compare. This was the strongest force of the Arabs. If the battle had only just begun, this would have been fine, but the Divine Prison Army, Divine Martial Army, Xuanwu Army, and all the other armies had entered the field, and in this stalemate with the Arabs, all of them were extremely exhausted. In these circumstances, the Arabs had suddenly thrown in an army even more terrifying than the Death Army. This was a devastating blow to the Tang dynasty. There was no power in the entire Tang dynasty that could stop this Revelation army. Nay, the 5,000 soldiers of the Revelation army were getting closer and closer, and the neighing of their horses hammered at the hearts of the Tang soldiers. On the battlefield, unease began to spread. Even the Ultimate Martial Army, Divine Prison Army, Divine Martial Army, and other top-class armies fighting the Death Army began to feel a deep unease. Dealing with the 4 top-class Arab armies had consumed all their energy, and they could not afford to deal with any more opponents. Even though there were only 5,000 soldiers of the Revelation Army, they were fatal to the Tang dynasty. The 110,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty were on the verge of destruction. Gao Xianji's expression was complicated. Suddenly, he heaved a long sigh and drew his sword. Wang Chong, there's no other way. We don't have any extra military power. No matter what the result of this battle is, we've protected the face of the Tang dynasty. At the very least, the Arabs will know that they are not invincible in this world. Everyone get ready. Now is the time for us to act. Gao Xianji and Wang Chong had done their utmost to avoid sending out great generals. At the very least, before the Arab army was completely routed, Gao Xianji and Wang Chong had no intention of mobilizing their top-class great generals. But there was no time to think about such things. If the 5,000 soldiers of the Revelation army joined the battle, the results would be devastating to the Tang dynasty. Wait! Under the enormous banner, Wang Chong rode on the white-hoofed shadow, his eyes fixed on the enemy. As the fierce winds blew, Wang Chong's hair fiercely danced in the wind, just as his mood was, but his face revealed nothing. Using the strength of an imperial great general to deal with the 5,000 soldiers of the Revelation Army was simply impossible. Just as the Tang dynasty was paying close attention to the battlefield, Qutayba and the others were paying close attention to the Tang dynasty. Although this battle seemed intense and both sides had committed all their soldiers, Qutayba, Abu Muslim, and the others had yet to enter the fray. This was a delicate balance. Once the Tang dynasty broke this balance, Gao Xianji would unsheathe his sword and enter the fray. Qutayba and the others would assuredly enter the fray. The final result might not necessarily be what Gao Xianji hoped for. Rumble. The galloping of the war horses grew louder and louder. The 5,000 soldiers of the Revelation Army marched in a straight line toward the battlefield. They paid no attention to the fierce battle between the Wushang cavalry and the Mameluke. The pride of the Revelation Army made them disdainful of participating in this melee of cavalry. Instead, they chose to attack the Tang dynasty's left flank. On the long front line between the Great Tang and Arabia, the majority of the battles were in a stalemate. Only on the left flank, the 8,000 soldiers of the Xuanwu army led by Zhao Fengchen were able to rely on their defensive prowess to slowly gain an overwhelming advantage against the Beheader army. Osman's Beheader army had already suffered grievous losses and was rapidly showing signs of collapse. "Kill them!" A Revelation Army commander at the very front of the 5,000 soldiers suddenly said, his voice cold and emotionless. Clang! The Revelation Army commander unsheathed his sword. Rumble! The 5,000 soldiers of the Revelation Army suddenly accelerated, transforming into a golden rainbow that smashed into the Xuanwu army on the left flank of the Tang dynasty. Boom! In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The Xuanwu army, which had the absolute advantage against the Beheader army, suddenly seemed to suffer a heavy blow. A wave of dazzling golden light exploded, the powerful shockwaves throwing hundreds of Xuanwu army soldiers high into the air. Bang! In the fierce collision, one of the Revelation Army soldiers raised his sword and struck a Xuanwu army soldier. A second later, this Xuanwu army soldier was sent flying more than 100 feet into the air like a piece of paper. Boundless stellar energy slammed into his body, and like a rubber ball, the Xuanwu army soldier's blood was pressed into his limbs and pores, causing it to spray out in a rain of blood. At almost the same time, a golden horse hoof cut through the air and stomped on the chest of a Xuanwu army soldier. Crack! Crack! The powerful Xuanwu army soldier was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing into a second Xuanwu army soldier, then a third, then a fourth. Boom! Dust and gravel flew in all directions. By the time the Xuanwu army soldier landed on the ground, more than a dozen Xuanwu army soldiers had been sent flying just like him. Thud thud thud. The 6,000-some Xuanwu army soldiers were routed. In a single clash, several hundred Xuanwu army soldiers had died at the feet of these Revelation Army soldiers. Of the Tang dynasty's reinforcements, the Xuanwu army did not have the highest offensive power, but in terms of defense, not even the ultimate martial army or the Iron Wall army could compare. This was why the Xuanwu army had been able to win against the Beheader army. But this kind of defense was completely useless against the Revelation army. Aya! Hundreds and thousands of Xuanwu army soldiers were sent flying amidst miserable screams. Stop them! Everyone, follow me! No matter what, we can't let them get past us. A Xuanwu army soldier roared as he crawled up from the ground and lunged forward. But before he could get very far, plush! A golden sword stabbed into his body, its tip piercing through his heart and emerging from his back. The Xuanwu army soldier's eyes went round in disbelief as he fell to his knees. Their armor had been tempered thousands of times and had withstood thousands of stabs in the battle against the Beheader army, but in front of the Revelation Army's swords, they were like paper. Pring, a golden battle boot quickly appeared in front of the Xuanwu army soldier, growing larger and larger. A foot stepped on the soldier's face, stomping the corpse into the dust. Then, Ling Han pulled out his sword. Continue. Kill them all. With these emotionless words, the Revelation Army soldier stepped over the corpses and continued onward, where more infidels were waiting to be slaughtered. An army in a landslide. This was the true situation of the 6,000-some Xuanwu army soldiers. They had defeated the powerful Beheader army, but what awaited them was the even stronger Revelation army. Any resistance or attack was futile. Bastard! Zhao Fengchen clenched his fists, his eyes going red. All of you die for me! Zhao Fengchen unsheathed his earth scar and charged at the nearest Revelation army soldier. However, with a flash of light, before he could even take a few steps forward, the long neigh of a warhorse suddenly rang out in his ears like a ringing of metal. Boom! Before everyone's eyes, a golden streak of lightning collided with Zhao Fengchen. As the roiling smoke and energy settled, a fully armored Revelation Army commander appeared in front of Zhao Fengchen, radiating a dazzling golden light. Infidel, your opponent is me. The Revelation Army leader's expression was cold and callous. With a clang, he unsheathed his sword. Buzz! Zhao Fengchen's heart chilled at the sight of this Revelation Army commander, and he immediately calmed down. Then come. Although he didn't know what this Revelation Army commander was talking about, Zhao Fengchen immediately raised the earth scar. The Xuanwu army had been defeated. No one had expected the Revelation Army to be so terrifying. The Xuanwu army was so powerful that it didn't even last for a few moments before the Revelation Army broke through it. Countless soldiers were thrown into the air by the charge of the Revelation Army. Not only that, after piercing through the Xuanwu army, the Revelation Army had completely routed the left flank of the Tang dynasty. From a distance, one could see that the neatly organized army on the left flank had been cut down like wheat. Run! Run! The Arabs are coming. They're too powerful. The Xuanwu army has already been defeated, so we're no match for them. This is a battle between the Arabs and the Tang dynasty, not ours. Run! As panic spread, the mercenaries of the Tang dynasty were the first to crumble as they watched powerful Xuanwu army soldiers being cut down by the Revelation Army. Countless mercenaries began to flee in fear. Chapter 1101. The chaos was spreading, and the collapse of the left wing brought about a domino chain reaction. The center wing, right wing, and even the rear wing were all affected by this aura of panic and despair. Even the Divine Martial Army, Dragon Stallion Army, Ultimate Martial Army, and the Ballista Army around the 1,000 Arab silver war machines were affected. The Revelation Army's choice of the left flank was fatal to the army. Now that the left flank had fallen, the 5,000 soldiers of the Revelation Army could launch a devastating attack from any direction, from the interior of the Tang dynasty's army, or even from the rear. And this was not the only effect the Revelation Army had on the battle. Kill! Shouts shook the heavens as tens of thousands of Arabian scimitars gleamed in the sky like fish scales. The Arab army that had been kept out by the Tang dynasty's steel defense line this entire time was like a school of sharks smelling blood. Roaring in excitement, they charged in behind the Revelation Army. The partial collapse was about to lead to the complete collapse of the entire army. As they looked to the left flank, Wang Chong, Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, and Wang Yan felt their hearts sink. Across from them, Qutayba stood motionless beneath his war banner, his thoughts a mystery. But behind him, Abu Muslim, Ibak, and the others all had smiles on their faces. There was no doubt that the Arabs had taken the initiative in this battle. The Tang dynasty had no hope of victory. Clang! The long cry of a sword cut through the air and resounded over the battlefield. In front of the first defense line, Gao Xianji took a step forward. Wang Chong, we can't wait any longer. If we don't move now, the army will be completely routed. Qing Qianli, prepare for the worst. The moment we move, Qutayba and Abu Muslim will definitely respond. No matter what happens, we must inflict as many casualties as possible on the Arabs so that they lose the ability to advance east. Gao Xianji's expression was firm and determined, and there was a faint will to die in his eyes. A general will wear golden armor through 100 battles, and he will not return until he breaks Lulan. The Great Tang had already committed many of its elites to this battle. Even if they could not defeat the Arabs, they had to inflict heavy losses on them, deprive them of any ambition or strength to advance east, and deal them an unprecedented blow. As for life and death, Gao Xianji no longer cared. Wang Chong did not say anything. He just let out a long sigh and drew out the Wuzi steel sword in his hand. In his plan, this was not the best time to strike. Moreover, once Qutayba was drawn out, the Tang dynasty would suffer even more casualties. Everyone had witnessed Qutayba's terror in yesterday's battle, but now, the Tang dynasty had no other choice. Order Chen Bin. Have all 1,000 ballistae move to the Arab silver siege vehicles and fire at them. Order Wang Fu to take Chen Bin's place and defend against the Arab charge. No matter what price we have to pay, we must hold. Order Su Hanshan to suppress the Arab shieldmen as quickly as possible. I will only give him 30 seconds. Once the time is up, immediately move. No matter what price we have to pay, we must suppress Qutayba's Revelation army. Order Zhao Fengchen. No matter how many losses the Xuanwu army suffers, even if they all die in battle, they must hold down the Revelation army for me. Without them, the ballistae won't be able to display their power. Tell all the mercenaries that their pay will be doubled. If we can defeat the Arabs in this battle, they will receive 10 times the pay. Inform all the soldiers to prepare to fight to the death. In a few short moments, Wang Chong issued a string of orders, all of them sweeping across the battlefield. Upon hearing these orders, the Divine Prison Army, Divine Martial Army, Roaring Tiger Army, Xuanwu Army, and all the ballistae seemed to understand their fate, but none of them retreated. All of them tightly gripped their swords and charged at the Arabs without any hesitation. Fight! 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 Roars resounded through the heavens. At first, it was only several thousand people, but soon all the soldiers began to shout as well. In the face of this unprecedented crisis, no one retreated, and their fighting spirit soared into the heavens. In a few short moments, the Divine Prison Army, Divine Martial Army, and Ultimate Martial Army not only did not retreat, they even managed to suppress their opponents. These infidels! Ibak's eyes widened at this sight. Even though he was an opponent, even though he believed that Arabia possessed the strongest fighting force in the world, Ibak had to admit that these Tang of the East were probably the strongest and most difficult opponents he had ever encountered in his life. Even if the Arabs won in the end, they would have to pay a heavy price to the attacks of the Tang people. Ibak, Osman, Ziad, prepare to move out. At this moment, a voice rang out in his ear. Abu Muslim, standing beneath the fluttering black war banner, suddenly spurred his horse forward and looked at the Tang army. The time is ripe. The Revelation army has already broken through the left flank of the Tang dynasty. If all goes as expected, the great generals of the Tang dynasty will soon move out. If Abu Muslim, Ibak, Osman, and the other top-class Arab governors had entered the fray at the start, they would have been able to deal a heavy blow to the Tang dynasty, perhaps even easily destroy their steel defense line. But neither Abu Muslim nor Osman had done this. It wasn't that they hadn't thought about it, but that Abu Muslim and the others had planned from the very beginning to enter the stage in a perfect manner. Before this, they could not waste any energy. Now, everything had gone according to their plan. The defeat of Talas was now. Clang! Without the slightest hesitation, Abu Muslim unsheathed his scimitar. At the same time, Osman, Ibak, Ziad, and the others nodded and pulled out their own weapons. At the same time, they poured their energy into their war horses. "Ha, it's time to reap the harvest. Abu Muslim, Ibak, Ziyad, let us do what we did to the Sassanid dynasty and exterminate these eastern infidels." Osman heartily laughed as he unsheathed the giant axe on his back, his eyes savage. Ha, Abu Muslim, Osman, it's been a long time since we've had such a good time. Once we kill all these Tang people, we'll reward the entire army and have a good celebration. Ibak also heartily laughed. He could already imagine how happy the Caliph in Baghdad would be when he received the news of victory. Meanwhile, on the Tang dynasty side, the sight of Abu Muslim and Osman preparing to strike caused everyone to pale. Just when Osman and Ibak were about to strike, everyone heard a massive boom, a gallop. On the east side of the battlefield, far behind a row of tall hills, a trembling sound could be heard. At the start, this trembling was almost undetectable, but in the blink of an eye, it was like a peal of thunder. In the chaos, countless warhorses were galloping from the eastern side of Talas toward the battlefield. This sudden development left everyone dumbfounded. Abu Muslim, Osman, and the others had been preparing to strike, but the sound of hooves caused them to stop in shock. Almost subconsciously, the four Arab great generals turned to Dalun Ruozan and Duwusali. If any reinforcements had arrived on the eastern side of Talas, it could only be the Uzan and the Western Turks. Dalun Ruozan could clearly sense the gazes of Abu Muslim and the others, and at this moment, he had an extremely bad feeling. Although the royal capital and the Great Snow Mountain Temple could theoretically send reinforcements, the chances of this happening were extremely low. "It's not one of us," Dalun Ruozan said in Arabic, his expression extremely grave. There was no need for Dalun Ruozan to explain any further. Soon, a majestic warhorse covered in tough bronze armor appeared over the hills. Soon after, behind the hill, a huge golden dragon flag slowly rose. On the golden war flag, 5 golden dragon claws could be clearly seen. A dragon banner! Dalun Ruozan was stunned by the sight of the dragon claw. He knew the culture of the Central Plains like the back of his hand. 4-clawed dragons and 5-clawed golden dragons symbolized different statuses. The 5-clawed golden dragon was clearly the supreme ruler of the Central Plains, the Holy Emperor of the Tang dynasty. Any army that could use the banner of the Holy Emperor had to be of extraordinary status. The Tongluo Cavalry. A name leapt into Dalun Ruozan's mind. This army was the strongest cavalry of the Tang dynasty's Holy Emperor. At the same time, they were the strongest existences left behind from the era of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty. Kill them! On the high hills, Brigadier General Chulu of the Tongluo army rode his sturdy Tongluo warhorse, immediately locking onto the dazzling force of the Revelation army. The Tongluo cavalry had not gone to war for a very long time. As an ancient army renowned throughout the world during the era of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, the Tongluo cavalry had their own pride. This battle had gathered the strongest soldiers of both the Tang dynasty and the Arabs, attracting the attention of countless people. In the capital, the Holy Emperor was watching, as were the people of the world. The Tongluo needed this battle to prove themselves to His Majesty, to prove themselves to the Tang dynasty, to prove their strength and loyalty, and the Arabs were the best foundation. Everyone, hear my order! Kill all the Arabs! Let everyone know the power of our Tongluo cavalry! Chulua's eyes shone brighter than the stars. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful battle intent erupted from his body. Rumble! Countless people watched as a black horse hoof, glossy and as hard as iron, stomped down onto the hill. Chapter 1102. Buzz! 1, 2, 3, 4. Under the gazes of countless onlookers, one Tongluo cavalry after another, clad in bronze armor and wearing halos of light beneath their feet, appeared above the hills. A new transformation was still brewing, and an even smaller golden halo appeared beneath the feet of the Tongluo cavalry, floating 3 feet above the ground. Two halos, one big and one small, one low and one high, appeared at the same time. Bolstered by these halos, the Tongluo cavalry began to explode with energy, their strength, speed, and dexterity rising to astonishing levels. They quickly surpassed the Divine Martial Army, Divine Prison Army, and Ultimate Martial Army, reaching a level that was infinitely close to the Revelation Army. The Tongluo Great Halo. This was the Tongluo's greatest strength and a halo unique to the Tongluo. It could greatly increase the strength of the Tongluo in all aspects. The reason the Tongluo had been able to become one of the strongest cavalry in the world, at least before the appearance of the Wushang cavalry, was because of this unique halo. More than 100 years ago, the Tongluo had followed Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty in his campaigns, achieving great feats as the Hu. At the same time, they had won Emperor Taizong's deep praise and trust. For this reason, the strongest great generals of the Tang dynasty had been tasked with researching the Tongluo's war halo, and they had poured a great deal of effort into this research. They refined the Tongluo's original war halo into an even more powerful one, calling it the Tongluo Great Halo. It was precisely this powerful halo that allowed the Tongluo cavalry to grow stronger and stronger, ultimately becoming publicly acknowledged as the strongest cavalry of the Tang dynasty. Their bodies were branded with the intense mark of Taizong's era, and because of the favor of the imperial household, their glory had never diminished, allowing the Tongluo to maintain their glory to this day. Rumble! With a thunderous boom, the 6,000 Tongluo cavalry surged out from behind the hill like a surging river. Dust churned, the earth quaked, and the cries of countless warhorses and clattering armor filled the air. This vast energy even alarmed the distant Revelation army, causing them to turn in the direction of the Tongluo cavalry. The 6,000 Tongluo cavalry moved as fast as lightning. In just a few moments, they had crossed several thousand zhang and were only 50 to 60,000 zhang from the Revelation army. Everyone, listen up! Kill them! On the battlefield, the warhorses of the Revelation army began to sneeze uneasily. One of the Revelation army officers unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the Tongluo cavalry. The Revelation army was powerful and confident, and its pride made it so that it would never fear any challenge. The Tongluo cavalry's display was undoubtedly a provocation to the Revelation army. Rumble! A moment later, the 5,000 soldiers of the Revelation army changed directions, their bodies blazing with energy as they charged at the distant Tongluo cavalry. At this moment, no one noticed that Wang Chong, who was behind the first defense line in the distance, heaved a long sigh of relief when he saw this. Great! We've finally arrived. The corners of Wang Chong's mouth revealed a trace of a relieved smile. Boom! A few moments later, the 6,000 Tongluo cavalry clashed with the 5,000 Revelation army soldiers. In that instant, the wind blew, sand and stones flew, the sound of swords clashing, the sound of armor vibrating, the miserable neighing of war horses, and the sound of countless rings of light vibrating, rumbling, and clashing. It was a cacophony of noise. Swish! A golden sword gleamed with light as it stabbed into the shoulder of a Tongluo horseman. At almost the same time, a bronze-armored Tongluo horseman shattered the thick energy barrier around the Revelation army soldier and stabbed deep into the abdomen of this Revelation army soldier. The energy barrier around the two soldiers also violently shuddered as they brushed past each other. The Revelation army was so powerful that it could fling the Xuanwu army into the air, but it was powerless against the equally powerful Tongluo cavalry. As the two cavalry forces brushed past each other, they were evenly matched, with neither gaining the upper hand. Nay! At almost the same time, a muscular Tongluo warhorse and a golden Revelation warhorse crashed into each other like two boulders. At the moment of impact, the stellar energy barriers around the two warhorses were torn to shreds. Following that, two of the best warhorses, under the huge impact, had their bones broken and their tendons snapped, and they were torn into pieces. In a single clash, both warhorses had died. The riders on their backs, having lost their horses, were also sent flying by the inertia and smashed into the ground. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of collisions rang out incessantly. The attacks of the Revelation army were fierce and vicious, each one aimed at the vitals, but the attacks of the Tongluo cavalry had also reached the pinnacle of perfection. The Revelation army had been trained by Kuteba through decades of war and blood. Just 5,000 soldiers was enough to show just how elite and powerful they were. Although the Tongluo cavalry had not experienced as much as the Revelation army, the techniques they had inherited were the crystallization of a different era of war. In terms of cruelty and intensity, they were on par with Kuteba's wars. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. One Tongluo cavalry and Revelation warrior after another fell to the ground in this fierce battle. In just a few short moments, both sides had suffered astonishing losses. But this was only the beginning. As the 6,000 Tongluo cavalry fiercely clashed with the 5,000 Revelation army soldiers, the neighing of war horses resounded through the air. This neighing was completely different from that of the Tongluo cavalry. In the blink of an eye, another group of cavalry charged from the rear. Individually, this army was not as strong as the Tongluo cavalry, but the dark golden halos beneath their feet were as thin as paper blades and as sharp as peerless blades. They seemed even more frightening than the Tongluo great halos. For the war god! For Senior Su! For the Tang dynasty! Kill them! Shouts resounded through the heavens. Although there were only 4,000 soldiers and they seemed a little fledgling, the unperturbed and seemingly invincible Revelation army suddenly fell into chaos. The 6,000 Tongluo cavalry had already drawn all their attention and exhausted all their strength. Adding another 4,000 top-class soldiers, all of them at their peak, would be an unbearable burden for the Revelation army. But no matter what the Revelation army was thinking, it was too late. From the moment they broke through the left flank of the Tang dynasty and began to fight with the Tongluo cavalry, it was already foreordained that they would not be able to retreat so easily. Rumble! With a massive boom, the 4,000 soldiers trained by the Tang dynasty's war god So Yung-sun stabbed into the Revelation army like two massive swords. The delicate balance between the Revelation army and the Tongluo army was completely shattered. In a flash, the 5,000 soldiers of the Revelation army were thrown into disarray. Even though this army possessed the strongest fighting power in all of Arabia, it was no match for the combined attacks of two armies of 10,000 soldiers. In just a few exchanges it was utterly routed. And this was only the beginning. Ready? Release. The cold and aloof voice was accompanied by the creaking of gears as 5,000 ballista bolts exploded into the air. Thump thump thump, swathes of Arabs were felled. Su Hanshan's 5,000 ballista soldiers had finally routed Kuteba's Earth Shield army and was now free to deal with the Arab army on the other side. In a single volley, more than 10,000 Arab cavalry were felled in pools of their own blood. Everyone, hear my order! 1,000 ballista columns. All soldiers, form into 5 columns. On my order, advance in a straight line. At this point in the battle, Su Hanshan was fuming with rage. A powerful Arab assault force had gathered behind the 10,000 soldiers of the Earth Shield Army. If they were allowed to use the cover of the Earth Shield Army to successfully approach the steel defense line, they would place enormous pressure on the entire army. This was why Su Hanshan's 5,000 ballista soldiers had been suppressing the Tang army this entire time. But it was also because of this that the ballista army had wasted many bolts and lost the ability to suppress the Tang army in other areas. From a certain perspective, this had caused the left flank to be completely suppressed by the Revelation army. In Su Hanshan's plan, the 5,000 ballista soldiers should have been used to suppress a top-class force like the Revelation army. Boom boom boom. A moment later, the ballista bolts thundered over the battlefield. Under Su Hanshan's command, the 5,000 Tang dynasty ballista columns left the steel defense line for the first time, passing through the gaps in the defense line. This was the first time the ballista army had left their trenches unguarded, and this sudden change immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding Arab cavalry. The Tang dynasty ballista army had killed countless people since the start of the battle. If there was one army that the Arabs wanted to destroy, it was undoubtedly the ballista army hiding behind the steel defense line. Kill! In a flash, the surrounding Arab soldiers were like sharks stimulated by blood, rushing to be the first to charge. Boom! 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 A single volley of ballista bolts left several thousand Arab cavalry dead, their corpses flying through the air in a cloud of dust. Then came the second wave, the third wave. Under Su Hanshan's command, the 5 columns didn't just focus on shooting at the front. Instead, they formed a fan-shaped attack. Other than the rear of the army, all directions were within the range of the ballista army. Kill them! Destroy their ballistae and they won't be able to threaten us anymore. Chapter 1103. Release! 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 Su Hanshan's long hair fluttered in the wind as his cold voice resounded in everyone's ears. It was calm and composed, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. Even when the Arab cavalry were less than 10 feet from the ballista army, his voice remained as calm and unshaken as ever. Rumble! Wave after wave of Arab cavalry fell in front of the ballista army. 6,000, 8,000, 10,000, 14,000, 18,000, 26,000. A small mountain of Arab corpses was rapidly piling up around the ballista army. When more than 40,000 Arab corpses were strewn around the ballista army, the incessant shouts and cries finally ceased. In the distance, countless gazes stared in horror at the ballista army amidst the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, as well as at Su Hanshan in the center. For the first time, they showed deep fear. These elite Arab cavalry had experienced the cruelest of battles, had been tempered by mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and had tempered wills of steel. But in the face of this steely army, all of them felt fear. There didn't seem to be any emotional fluctuations in them. Fear, joy, panic, uneasiness, none of them existed. These were originally just bandits and brigands of the Silk Road, but who could have imagined that Su Hanshan would turn them into a valiant and resolute army? And this was not all. The appearance of the Tongluo cavalry and the might of Su Hanshan's ballista army had caused the entire battlefield to undergo a domino effect. Behind the more than 1,000 silver behemoths, the Divine Martial Army, Divine Prison Army, Ultimate Martial Army, Dragon Stallion Army, all of them had their morale greatly boosted by the defeat of the Revelation Army. As the Blood Beast Army, the Death Army, the Fearless Army, and the Ironblood Army's morale plummeted, and they became extremely uneasy. They had been able to maintain a balance, but now they were no longer able to contend against the reinvigorated Divine Martial Army and Ultimate Martial Army. No matter how strong an army was, once they lost the will to fight, they would immediately be defeated. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. With their strength and stamina greatly weakened and their morale plummeting, the 4 elite Arab armies immediately began to suffer heavy casualties. Even for the Arabs, who lived by war and whose people loved war, the death of so many top-class soldiers was an unbearable pressure. At the same time, not too far away, Chen Bin was leading more than 1,000 ballistae to unleash their destructive power. Release! 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 Wave after wave of arrows pierced through the air. Chen Bin's ballista army might not be as deadly as Su Hanshan's, but it was still not to be underestimated. 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, 10,000. From the moment the Tongluo cavalry had entered the battlefield until now, Chen Bin's ballista army had killed more than 10,000 enemies. Pull one hair and move the whole body. The successive defeats on 3 fronts were fatal to the Arabs. If there were 3, there would be 4, 5, 6. More and more places began to crumble. In the short time since the Tongluo cavalry had appeared, the Arabs had lost at least 60,000 soldiers. This complete defeat caused the Mamelukes, Mutri Great Cavalry, and Celestial Wolf Cavalry, who were fighting with the Wushang Cavalry, to feel a deep unease. The reversal from victory to defeat had been far too quick. In the blink of an eye, the Arab army was on the verge of complete defeat. "This is impossible!" Governor Osman of Cairo roared, his fists clenched so tightly that they were on the verge of shattering. On the other side, Abu Muslim and Ziyad also had dreadfully gloomy expressions. In this battle, everyone believed that the other side had used all of its strength and that all of the Great Tang's reinforcements had been presented to them. No one could have imagined that besides the first wave of reinforcements, there would be a second wave, one that was even stronger than the first. "Retreat! Retreat! Blow the horn! Order the army to retreat!" Abu Muslim's face was extremely gloomy. This battle was completely different from what he had expected, a massive deviation from the original plan. If they did not retreat now, they would truly suffer a complete defeat, and the Tang people would probably use this opportunity to attack. Ibak Osman, stop them no matter what. This battle, because of this sudden change, had now reached a completely different conclusion. In Abu Muslim's plan, he had originally planned to appear on the battlefield, but his initial plan had been to crush the Tang people. But now, it had been to restrain Wang Chang's forces and prevent the army from being completely defeated. Boom! The horn for retreat rang out in the ears of all the Arabs, Uzan, and Western Turks. The Arabs in the rear were the first to retreat, and then the soldiers at the front began to follow suit. "Lord Gao, Lord Qing, now is the best time for us to strike." Under the banner of the Tang dynasty, Wang Chong rode on the white-hoofed shadow, faintly smiling as he unsheathed his Wuzi steel sword. Nei let out a long neigh. The white-hoofed shadow sensed its master's will and leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of light that traveled tensum zhang. In a few blinks, it had leaped off the steel wall and landed in the Arab camp. Swish! Wang Chong raised his sword and used the art of god and demon obliteration. In a flash, 1,000 strands of sword chi as thin as fingers shot out in every direction. Plush plush plush. Squelch squelch. The rows of Arab cavalry had no time to dodge and were instantly cut down like wooden stakes. Without any hesitation, Wang Chong leaped into the air and continued forward. Great yin yang art. As Wang Chong urged his horse forward, he bent his right hand, causing a ball of bloody light to appear at the tip of his fist. "Aya!" Screams filled the air as a fleeing Arab horseman several dozen zhang away seemed to be pulled by an invisible string. Both he and his horse were thrown into the air and sent flying backward. Bang! While he was still in the air, blood energy exploded out of his body and flowed into Wang Chong's body. The same thing was happening elsewhere. One after another, countless Arab horsemen were affected by the great yin-yang art, their blood exploding out of their bodies and flowing into Wang Chong's body as if it had a life of its own. Thump thump thump. With the sounds of wooden stakes falling to the ground and the neighing of horses, at least 300 Arab horsemen exploded and died. Even the war horses beneath them were bleeding profusely. One by one, they fell to the ground in a crisscross pattern. And this was only the beginning. Boom! Wang Chong's fists exploded as he thrust his palms into the air. In a flash, the blood energy and energy that Wang Chong had absorbed from the surrounding horsemen gathered into two massive balls of bloody energy that shot forward like lightning bolts, catching up to the fleeing Arab horsemen and exploding. Rumble! The wind was strong, sand and stones were flying everywhere. Countless pieces of sand and stones were like countless sharp arrows, shooting in all directions under the effect of the unparalleled power of Qi. Aya! Screams filled the air as hundreds more Arab horsemen were thrown into the air by the shock waves of the explosion, their severed limbs flying through the air. Nay! The white-hoofed shadow shot forward like a bolt of lightning, instantly catching up to the Arab horsemen in the rear. Boom! Violent waves of stellar energy erupted from Wang Chong's body, blasting 400 to 500 elite Arab horsemen on either side of him into the air. Some of them even flew more than 30 zhang into the air, and by the time they fell back down, they were already corpses. Run! Their imperial great general has moved out. The hundreds of thousands of Arab horsemen fell into chaos, fleeing to the west like antelopes being chased by a pride of lions. But Wang Chong did not give chase. His eyes quickly locked onto the 1,000 silver war machines and the Blood Beast Army, Fearless Army, Iron Blood Army, and Death Army in the rear. Nay! Wang Chong fiercely squeezed the abdomen of his steed and galloped forward. Retreat! 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 Behind the 1,000 silver behemoths, the Blood Beast Army, Fearless Army, Iron Blood Army, and Death Army were in chaos. The Tongluo cavalry were suppressing the Revelation cavalry, and they had almost instinctively sensed danger. But it was too late to delay them. The Divine Martial Army, Divine Prison Army, Dragon Stallion Army, Roaring Tiger Army, Iron Wall Army, all the soldiers on the Tang dynasty's side charged forward. 6 Ultimate Majesty's God Art. As the two sides were fighting, a dignified voice came from the sky. In the next second there was a flash of light, and a majestic sword chi suddenly shot down from the sky. Rumble! Rocks and dirt flew everywhere, and smoke billowed. Where the sword chi landed, it blasted open a huge crater that was over 30 meters wide. Within this region, countless Death Army soldiers flew into the sky. On the surface, they didn't seem to be injured, but their internal organs had long been shattered. From a certain perspective, these Death Army soldiers were even stronger than the Ultimate Martial Army, but they were still too weak against an imperial great general like Gao Xianji. Boom! At almost the same time, a black ball of energy crashed into the center of the Death Army. Amidst the shrill screams, the black ball of light quickly exploded, sending hundreds of Death Army soldiers into the sky. They exploded into countless broken limbs and scattered all over the ground. Chapter 1104. Retreat. All officers, stay behind and cover the retreat. Everyone else, scatter and retreat. Don't let them hold us back. Panic shouts in Arabic resounded through the sky as a brigadier general of the Blood Beast Army turned his head and slashed at the starving wolf great general Wang Sili and the Divine Martial Army. Boom! Light shot out in all directions. Just as Wang Sili was about to make his move, a blood-red beam of stellar energy shot out like a bolt of lightning, blocking Wang Sili's attack. General Wang, this person, let me handle it! A young and handsome voice rang in everyone's ears. A white shadow flashed and a divine chariot with snow-white hooves appeared in front of Wang Sili. It was as if a divine chariot was stepping on the clouds. On the back of the divine chariot was a young and slender figure. Although he appeared to be only 17 or 18, his demeanor and every movement exuded an abnormally dignified aura. It was like the person standing there was not a person, but an incomparably heavy mountain. Wang Sili gazed at Wang Chong's back and gave a long sigh. He had consumed more than half of his stellar energy in this battle. Haha, Lord Wang, since that's the case, I won't interfere. I'll leave this person to you. Wang Sili faintly smiled and quickly moved to the side. Wang Sili's impression of Wang Chong was that hearing one's reputation is not as good as meeting one's face. The Big Dipper army, including Big Dipper Great General Geshuhan, had a few conflicts with Wang Chong, and he had even thought about making trouble for Wang Chong while he was constructing the City of Steel. Even though he had been made a marquis, the entire Big Dipper army didn't have a very good impression of him. But now that they had met, Wang Sili had to admit that this person possessed a strength that was worthy of admiration and admiration. The current Wang Sili not only had no prejudice against Wang Chong, he was rather proud of the decision he had made. Being able to participate in this great battle was probably the proudest and most touching thing in his life. On the other side, Wang Chong had no idea what Wang Sili was thinking. His attention was completely focused on the Blood Beast Legion Brigadier General in front of him. "Since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Wang Chong stared at the Arab Brigadier General and spoke in Arabic. When he heard this, Mansour, the commander of the Blood Beast Legion, shuddered as if he had been given a huge fright. Even though this was his first time on the battlefield of Talas, he knew that this youth was the commander of the Tang people, a crucial figure in this battle. "Go!" The halo beneath Mansour's feet vibrated as he slashed out with his blade. In an instant, black fog surged and surged towards Wang Chong. And in the depths of the black fog, a black-red saber light, grand and mighty, with unparalleled sharpness, suddenly cut through the void and slashed down at Wang Chong. The moment this saber slashed down, Mansour rose from the ground and began to flee with astonishing speed. "Humph, you think you can escape?" A cold voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Mansour had just soared into the sky and had only flown 100 feet. In an instant, he felt a huge suction force appear in the void, and it fiercely grabbed him and fiercely pulled him back. Not only that, the moment this attractive force appeared, winds began to howl in a radius of 100 zhang, blowing sand and stones into the air. "Aya! Aya!" Screams resounded in Mansour's ears. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see that all the Arab horsemen and their horses had been sent flying by that invisible energy. "Since you're already here, you should just obediently accept your death." Dust and smoke filled the battlefield, and Wang Chong and his white-hoofed shadow stood in the middle of the dust. He immediately pushed the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art to its limits, and the illusions of the sun and moon, one gold and one red, appeared on his left and right shoulders, their colors growing brighter and more real. With the support of the sun and moon illusions, Mansour flew backward at an even faster speed. Sun Axe! There was no time to think. Mansour's body exploded with golden light as he became one with his axe, transforming into a massive golden axe that fiercely slashed at Wang Chong. The sun god and this was one of the ancient beliefs of the Arabs, and it was rumored that his weapon was a massive golden axe. Mansour's supreme technique was based on the sun god An and his weapon. In the intense battlefield, Mansour had used this move to kill an unknown number of people. Countless foreign generals had been smashed into pieces along with their horses. But a moment later, Mansour's sun axe seemed to run into an invisible barrier and be stopped in midair. This invisible energy was imbued with a powerful twisting power. Boom! Before Mansour could react, the distorting power instantly covered an area of more than 100 feet. Even Mansour's sun axe was wrapped in it. The next second, there was an earth-shattering sound. Mansour's sun axe was like a mirror that was shattered by the distorting force. Not good. Mansour had a terrible foreboding. He wanted to flee, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, a tiny shadow flashed through the thick smoke, and a familiar face appeared in front of Mansour. "Great Yin-Yang heaven creation art." A voice rang out in his ear. Boom! Before Mansour could even react, Wang Chong had risen from the ground and struck his chest with a palm. A moment later, Mansour's vast blood energy and martial energy surged out of his body and into Wang Chong's body. "No!" Mansour grimaced, a look of extreme fear appearing in his eyes. But no matter what he wanted to do, it was too late. His body was completely immobilized, and he could only watch as his energy surged into Wang Chong's body. In the blink of an eye, Mansour's energy was rapidly drained. His hair and skin rapidly withered, and his body shriveled like a punctured balloon. On the other hand, the energy in Mansour's body caused Wang Chong's already powerful strength to swell once more. Bang! Wang Chong landed on the ground and swung his right hand, smashing Mansour's desiccated body into the ground. Just like that, a brigadier general of the Arabian Empire died. Wang Chong had obtained all of Mansour's power, and although he had not yet broken into the great general level, his strength had been greatly boosted. Breaking into that final level was only a matter of time. What a carefree feeling! If this continues, it won't be long before I can truly reach the great general level and regain the cultivation of my last life. Wang Chong slowly retracted his energy, his mind in turmoil. As the war saint, Wang Chong still had many powerful techniques in his mind, but he was restricted by his cultivation level and could not use them normally. Once he broke into the great general level, with Wang Chong's talent and abilities, regaining these martial arts would be a matter of time. The difference between then and now would be like the difference between the heavens and the earth. Buzz! As he was thinking, he suddenly sensed an extreme danger in the air. Even though he couldn't see anything, his body had already reacted, and his scalp felt like it was going to explode. Chong-er, careful! The voice of his master, the evil emperor, resounded in his ear. With no time to think, Wang Chong's body swayed as he charged to the side. At almost the same time, a figure suddenly appeared where Wang Chong had been standing and thrust a palm into the sky. Boom! At that moment, a strong wind blew and dust billowed. Right under the gazes of countless people, a shocking golden sword chi that stretched for over 3 kilometers suddenly slashed down from the sky like a collapsing mountain, but it was instantly fiercely stopped by an enormous palm that was the size of a mountain, and then both sides exploded into pieces. Kuteba! As this thought flitted through Wang Chong's mind, he immediately saw the golden armored figure of Kuteba, who seemed to have descended from the heavens like a god. Kuteba said nothing, only continued to stare into the distance. But even so, his appearance immediately attracted the attention of the entire battlefield, as if he was the center of the world. In a flash, all fell silent, and even the sounds of fighting became much quieter. Kuteba was motionless, not looking at Wang Chong or anyone else on the battlefield. Instead, he was looking at the distant evil emperor. At the same time, the evil emperor stood on the battlefield, his black robe flapping in the wind as he stared at Kuteba, his expression solemn and his eyes profound. The two strongest existences on the battlefield were in a standoff, neither giving way to the other. Withdraw. After a long while, Kuteba turned around and said a single word before immediately galloping to the rear. The tens of thousands of Arab cavalry were surrounding him like a tide as they rode west. Gallop! Gallop! Gao Xianji quickly landed at Wang Chong's side as the galloping of hooves resounded through the air. Wang Chong, what do we do now? Do we continue the pursuit? Gao Xianji said. At the same time, Qing Qianli dispersed his supreme desolation god avatar and rushed to Wang Chong's side, expectantly looking at Wang Chong. The evil emperor turned to Wang Chong, awaiting his decision. Wang Chong was clearly tempted by the sight of the Arab army retreating like a receding tide. If he could continue the assault now, he might really be able to push back the Arabs, but Wang Chong quickly glanced at the darkening sky and suppressed this impulse. There's no rush. This battle has already gone on for far too long. Other than the Tongluo cavalry, everyone else is probably exhausted. Moreover, it's getting late, and Kuteba and Abu Muslim are still in peak condition. If we continue the pursuit, we might not be able to obtain victory as we imagine. Chapter 1105. The greatest taboo in the art of war was fighting at night. While it was possible to launch a sneak attack or a small-scale assault, it was not conducive to large-scale battles. If one carefully examined history, one would discover that decisive battles that took place at night were extremely rare. This was because at night, vision, perception, and the commands of the commanders would all be greatly disrupted. There were even cases of soldiers killing each other at night due to fear and chaos. There were even cases of soldiers doing the exact opposite of orders, chasing hundreds of miles out of the battlefield at night and getting lost in the enemy's hinterland. This is all we can do. The Iron Wall army has suffered grievous losses, and it's exhausted in every aspect. It probably won't be able to pursue them. Gao Xianji sighed. This was an extremely rare opportunity, but the time was not right, and the army had suffered grievous losses. Even though he was unwilling, Gao Xianji could only give up. No matter what, Kuteba will always be an obstacle. Qing Qianli sighed. If the enormous threat that was Kuteba was not dealt with, the Tang dynasty would never be able to speak of victory. In a battle with an expert of this level, just the aftershocks were enough to inflict grievous losses on the exhausted Tang dynasty. Boom! With the blare of a horn, the Tang dynasty army began to recede like the receding tide. The distant Wushang cavalry, Mamelukes, Mutri Great Cavalry, and Celestial Wolf Cavalry also began to advance toward the first defense line. This battle, where they were outnumbered, had also exhausted their strength, and as the Tang dynasty retreated, the distant Arab cavalry also began to recede. The Blood Beast Army, Iron Blood Army, Fearless Army, Death Army, and Tiber's army also withdrew from the battle under the cover of the darkness. Wang Chong, Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, Wang Yan, and the evil emperor stood side by side, motionless as they looked across from them. After a long while, Wang Chong finally looked away and pulled on the reins of his horse as he rode toward the city of Talas. Order Su Qi to calculate the losses after the battle, Wang Chong said. Night quickly fell, and Su Qi's side quickly calculated the casualties. Marquis, we've suffered grievous losses in this battle. At least 40,000 were killed and 20,000 wounded. Including the Tongluo cavalry, we only have around 60,000 soldiers left that can still fight. As the sky darkened, the city of Talas was ablaze with lanterns. Su Qi was kneeling on the ground, his expression extremely solemn. Talas had originally been garrisoned with more than 110,000 soldiers, and with the Tongluo cavalry and So Yung-sun's training, it had reached 120,000. But in this single battle, more than 40,000 had been killed, more than 20,000 had been wounded, and more than half had been lost in battle. This was the price the Tang dynasty had paid in the face of the charge of hundreds of thousands of Arabs. What about the Arabs? As the lanterns flickered, Wang Chong placed his hands behind his back and looked at Su Qi. These words caused Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, and the evil emperor to look over, expressions of concern in their eyes. We still don't have exact figures from the Arabs, but based on our initial estimates, the number of casualties should be more than 200,000, with more than 80,000 being killed by the Ballista army. Su Qi sternly said. Ever since the founding of the Tang dynasty, ballistae had been extremely lethal and intimidating in any battle. In the hands of Wang Chong and Su Hanshan, ballista tactics had taken a qualitative leap, and a large ballista army was enough to make any army tremble in fear. The surrounding officers breathed sighs of relief at Su Qi's words. This means that the Arabs, the Uzan, and the Western Turks combined only have around 260 to 70,000 soldiers left. Gao Xianji said. The Great Tang had suffered heavy losses in this battle, but the one who had suffered even more was the attacking side, Arabia. The ratio of casualties in this battle was nearly 1 to 3. For every Tang dynasty soldier killed, 3 elite Arab soldiers had been buried with them. In that case, the loss was still acceptable. Yes. Su Qi kneeled on the ground and respectfully said. The Xuanwu army suffered the most casualties, and the majority of them were caused by Kuteba's Revelation army. The army has lost more than 20,000 soldiers, with nearly 5,000 of the Xuanwu army dying in battle. Su Qi's words immediately caused the mood in the hall to turn heavy. The Xuanwu army had 8,000 soldiers, and they were one of the elite armies of the Tang dynasty. In a single clash, 5,000 of them had died to the Revelation army, a grievous loss. 40,000 soldiers had died in this battle, and 20,000 of them had been killed by the Revelation army. This made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. In addition, although the Arabs lost more than 200,000 soldiers, based on our observations, those who died in the early stages were the weaker soldiers. The remaining soldiers will only be stronger, and their main force will still exist. In the future, the Blood Beast Army, Iron Blood Army, Fearless Army, and Death Army will all pose a massive threat to us. Suki lowered his head as he added, "Those who could survive on the cruel battlefield would always be the elite of the elite." This was an irrefutable principle. In addition, the defensive capabilities of top-class armies would always be much stronger than those of other armies. Thus, although the Death Army, Fearless Army, and Iron-Blood Army had fought a fierce and cruel battle with the Tang dynasty, they had not suffered as many losses as imagined. "I understand. Get up." A pensive look flickered through Wang Chong's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and waved his hand at Suki. Although there were only 50,000 some soldiers left in the army, the Arabs only had 260 to 70,000 soldiers. 1 to 5 was not impossible to deal with. Of course, the most important factor was that the 50,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty were all top-class elites, and the more than 6,000 Tang dynasty ballistae were completely undamaged. These ballistae would become the most crucial weapon for the Tang dynasty to resist the Arabs in the future. "Su Hanshan, what's the situation with the ballista army? How many ballista bolts do we have left?" Wang Chong turned to Su Hanshan. "We used up a great deal of ballista bolts in dealing with the Arabs. Although we sent out soldiers to retrieve as many as possible from the battlefield, there aren't many left, only around 70,000 bolts. On average, each ballista can fire 14 times. The ballista bolts of the Tang dynasty were forged from the finest steel, which meant that they were extremely heavy. The more ballista bolts carried, the slower the army would be. This was a practical problem that Su Hanshan had to consider. Thus, in order to arrive at Talas as quickly as possible to reinforce Wang Chong, Su Hanshan had not brought a mountain of ballista bolts like many people had imagined. Everything had to be done according to the circumstances, but the battles with Daluan Ruozan and the Arabs had consumed many of Su Hanshan's ballista bolts. The 70,000 some ballista bolts were the result of Su Hanshan's efforts to recover them. Wang Chong's brow imperceptibly rose at Su Hanshan's words. Each ballista had 14 ballista bolts, meaning that the 5,000 ballista soldiers would have to be extremely cautious in the coming battles, calibrating every ballista bolt they fired. But as long as they used the right methods, 70,000 ballista bolts would be enough to deal a devastating blow to the Arabs. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Wang Chong quickly turned to Chulu and the other Tongluo cavalry officers. "General, many thanks," Wang Chong sincerely said. "Humph. There's no need to thank me. We didn't come for you. This is all an imperial decree, for the sake of the Tang dynasty." Chulu snorted and raised his head as he rudely declared. Everyone in the hall grimaced at this sight. Wang Chong was still one of the highest commanders of the Tang dynasty at Talas and had made great contributions to the Tang dynasty. If not for him, the Tang dynasty would have been defeated long ago. Chuluo and these Tongluo cavalry were far too arrogant. "Marquis." Li Sai's eyes flashed with cold light, and he was just about to say something when Wang Chong stopped him. "It's fine. Let them be." Wang Chong faintly smiled, unconcerned. Wang Chong naturally knew why Chulu was so angry. In the Kunwa training camp, Wang Chong had defeated Tongluo Great General Abusi's son, Abu Tong, and then tied him naked to a bamboo pole in deflecting blade manner, humiliating Abu Tong and all the Tongluo cavalry. It would have been strange if Chulua had been so kind to Wang Chong. But to Wang Chong, Chulua's personal prejudices were unimportant in this war. As long as they carried out the imperial decree and fought with all their might on the battlefield, it was enough. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Wang Chong faintly smiled and quickly regained his composure. "Chulu General Wang, I don't care about your personal grudges. In this war, the Tang dynasty must win. This is His Majesty's decree, and no one is allowed to defy it." Right at this moment, a low and muffled voice that no one could clearly distinguish resounded in the hall, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Along with this voice, boom! A massive foot wrapped in thick armor stepped out from a corner. At the same time, a storm-like aura imbued with powerful darkness energy swept out and enveloped the entire hall. In an instant, everyone noticed the black-armored guard, who resembled a giant spirit god, as well as the thin and ancient war flag in his hand that was red and black. The originally slightly tense atmosphere immediately relaxed a lot. Chulua's expression turned grave as he lowered his head. Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, and the others also revealed respectful expressions. Even though no one recognized this black-armored guard, and no one knew what kind of face he had under his monstrous armor, it was enough for them to know that he bore the seal of the Holy Emperor. In all of Talas, there was no question that this black-armored guard was an avatar of the Holy Emperor. Wang Chong, the Holy Emperor's letter has been delivered to you. Have you read it? The black-armored guard's deep and emotionless voice resounded in everyone's ears, but his gaze remained fixed on Wang Chong. Chapter 1107. Absolutely safe. Wang Chong smiled and nodded. Good. The black-armored guard's spirits were clearly roused, and his aura became much gentler. Then I'll have to trouble General. The moment he finished speaking, his attitude toward Wang Chong underwent a 180-degree transformation, his entire person becoming much more respectful. Wang Chong faintly smiled and turned his gaze to the war banner in the black-armored guard's hand. Who would have thought that His Majesty would actually send out this legendary war flag? With this war flag, everything will be completely different. I will also be able to truly display that formation. Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil as he gazed at the ancient and mottled war banner in the black-armored guard's hand. In the past, he had spent countless efforts to search for this war banner, but to no avail. Ever since the death of the Holy Emperor, this most legendary war banner of the Central Plains had disappeared, never to be found again. To Wang Chong, as well as to the Central Plains, this was a massive loss. Thus, this war banner was what Wang Chong wanted to find the most. But the Central Plains was as vast as the sea, and Wang Chong had no clue where to find it. How could it be so easy to find it? But Wang Chong had never expected that at the most crucial moment of the war banner that he had been eagerly waiting for would suddenly appear before him in such a manner. The 9-Dragon Blood War Banner. It was one of the most powerful war banners in the Central Plains. It was rumored that this war banner had originated from the era of Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty 1,000 years ago. At the time, the renowned champion Marquis Hua Tsubing had led his army north to conquer the Xiongnu. Over the course of 1,000 years, the formation had been constantly modified and strengthened. By the time of Emperor Taizong's reign, it had evolved into the peerless formation renowned throughout the world, the Dragon Spear, Tiger Leopard Mount. The 9-Dragon Blood War Banner was the core of this formation. In Emperor Taizong's era, it was the most powerful magical artifact in the entire Central Plains, as well as the symbol of the highest fighting power of the Tang dynasty's army. This was the reason why Wang Chong had been so tirelessly searching for the war banner. Li Sai, pass on my order. The Dragon Stallion Army, the Divine Martial Army, the Divine Prison Army, and the Tongluo Cavalry, have them all gather at the second training ground of Talas. General, time is of the essence. I'll have to trouble you to come along. With the last sentence, Wang Chong looked at the black-armored guard in the corner, who held a flag in one hand. General, please do as you wish. The black-armored guard took a step forward and said without hesitation. Outside Talas, between the two steel defense lines, a cold wind rustled in the stillness. One by one, the armored horsemen gathered in front of the first defense line. Even the Mo Saber Squadron was sent to the rear of the defense line. But at this moment, the second training ground of Talas was brightly lit. The Dragon Stallion Army, the Divine Martial Army, the Divine Prison Army, all the top-class armies had gathered together and were training intensely. Time was short, and there was only one day left. Wang Chong could only use his superb command skills to prepare as quickly as possible. Rumble! For the entire night everyone was training intensely. The rumbling sounds were incessant and resounded throughout the entire city. At the same time, the Arab camp on the other side was also heavily guarded. In the fierce battle during the day, even the Revelation army had been dispatched, but it had still been defeated by the Tang dynasty, with more than 200,000 casualties. This was undoubtedly a massive blow to those who had been arrogant enough to believe that the Arabs would be the ultimate victor. After witnessing the terrifying fighting power of the Tang people, all the Arabs were on high alert. Tens of thousands of torches illuminated the Arab camp. More than 100 soldiers were patrolling the perimeter, proof that the Arabs were extremely wary of the Tang dynasty. Whoosh! There was no wind on the outermost perimeter of the Arab camp, but one of the torches suddenly flickered, its flame shrinking as if someone had blown on it. A group of Arab patrolling soldiers suddenly widened their eyes at this sight and began to slow down. It's too cold. Even the torches are beginning to be affected. What's going on here? It feels so cold tonight. Based on normal circumstances, it should have been at least 2 more months before it started snowing, but now it felt even colder than snow. A group of Arabs suddenly said as they watched the flames change. The change in the weather had actually begun several days ago, but for some reason, the temperature had been changing more and more, and it was getting colder and colder. Raphael, look at your armor. An Arab horseman suddenly noticed something and pointed at a horseman, his voice brimming with shock. These words immediately attracted everyone's attention, and all the Arab horsemen around the torches turned to look at Raphael. In the gloomy darkness, no one had noticed anything at the start, but with the help of the torches, they could clearly see that a layer of silver-white crystals had formed on Raphael's armor. Frost! Everyone cried out in alarm at the sight of this thin layer of crystal. At almost the same time, they also realized that their armor had been covered in a layer of frost, and cold energy was seeping through their armor like needles into their bodies. These elite Arab horsemen actually felt a slight chill. The Arab horsemen glanced at each other, speechless for a long time. At this moment, a completely different scene was taking place in the center of the Arab camp. Bastards! A bunch of useless things. You actually lost to an Eastern infidel cavalry. What a disgrace! Ibak's furious roars echoed through the tent, and even the curtains around the tent began to tremble. One could easily imagine just how furious Ibak was. On the battlefield, Ibak had not expressed his anger before the battle was over, but now that the battle of the day had come to an end, Ibak could no longer endure it. The invincible Mamelukes of Arabia, aided by the high priest's meteoric star medal and the pharaoh halo, had lost to the Wushang cavalry of the Tang dynasty in a single clash. Even in death, Ibak would never have dared to believe such a thing. The Mameluk's golden body of invincibility had been completely shattered. This was an enormous humiliation for both Arabia and the Mameluk. "My lord, my apologies. We were careless. We did not expect them to use such a crafty scheme against us." In the tent, the heads of Faisal and several other Mamluk officers plunged into the ground like ostriches. They naturally knew that they had lost this battle, but the sudden appearance of 4,000 cavalry from the rear of the Wushang cavalry had been far too unexpected. Faisal still had not awoken from the shock of that ambush. "Bastard! You're still quibbling." Ibak's face was red with anger, his rage unstoppable. "A bunch of trash!" Suddenly, a cold and emotionless voice rang out in the tent. The sudden voice caused Ibak, Faisal, and all the other Mamelukes in the tent to grimace. Although Ibak was reprimanding his subordinates, this was still an internal matter of the Mamelukes. Given Ibak's status in the Arabian Empire, not even Abu Muslim dared to speak in such a manner. This was tantamount to completely offending Ibak and the Mamelukes, an unwise course of action. But when they saw who had spoken, the anger in Ibak's and Faisal's eyes instantly faded. All of them had respectful expressions, not daring to say a single word. Qutayba, as the Arab war god and the strongest governor of war, only he would dare to speak of the Mamelukes in such a manner in front of Ibak and Faisal. Even so, Ibak and the others did not dare to retort. The reason was simple: none of them could defeat him. Qutayba, now is not the time to blame each other. The Tang dynasty's reinforcements are getting stronger with each wave, and not even the Revelation army was able to stop that last wave of cavalry. I sense that the Tang dynasty emperor might have dispatched his strongest army. This is not a good thing for us. Abu Muslim's voice came from the side as he finally stepped forward and tried to mediate. The Revelation army was the strongest elite army under Qutayba's command, and also one of the strongest armies in all of Arabia. Even Abu Muslim had to admit this. No ordinary army could contend with the Revelation army and even suppress them. At the very least, the Anshi Protectorate army of the Tang dynasty and Gao Xianji's elite Iron Wall army did not have this kind of strength. In Abu Muslim's judgment, only the emperor of the Tang dynasty could possess this kind of terrifying fighting power. The Battle of Talas had lasted for so long that both sides had invested countless soldiers. The Tang dynasty emperor should have made a move by now. Abu Muslim's words instantly silenced the tent. Even Qutayba's expression had calmed down. The urgent task at hand is to discuss how to defeat the Tang dynasty, destroy their army, and unify the entire Eastern world. Don't forget that His Majesty the Caliph is still waiting for our news. Abu Muslim sternly said. But they're using steel walls to hole up like turtles. Even if we have more soldiers, we'll find it very difficult to exert the power we should have, and they probably have even more elite soldiers than we do. Governor Osman of Cairo suddenly said, his expression extremely grave. His two elite armies, the Beheader army and the Tiber army, had suffered grievous losses in this battle, something that Osman had never expected. The chess pieces had already rolled off the chessboard and were developing in an unpredictable direction. His initial arrogance had vanished, and now even the ambitious Osman understood that they were facing an unprecedentedly powerful foe. The Tang people can't possibly hole up behind their walls forever, and this war is not something that the Tang people can stop with just a few steel walls, Abu Muslim said. Abu Muslim said. He raised his head and glanced at the people around him. Chapter 1108. Everyone had witnessed Qutayba's strength. A single bolt of sword chi was enough to send thousands of steel walls flying and was completely capable of opening a gap for the army. Thus, he still had a very good chance of defeating the Tang dynasty. Okay. Qutayba's entire body was covered in golden armor, making it impossible to see the expression on his face. Just when everyone believed that he would refuse, the Arab war god gave a rare nod. However, none of you are allowed to touch that black-robed elder of the Tang people. That person can only die at my hands. Everyone was dazed for a moment, but they quickly understood. Qutayba was hailed as the strongest governor of Arabia, with even Abu Muslim finding it very difficult to contend against him at times. But this time, he had actually encountered someone at Talas who could match him and block his attacks, the Elder of the East. This was something that the proud Qutayba would never be able to accept. Thus, rather than saying that Qutayba had agreed to Abu Muslim's request, it was more accurate to say that Qutayba wanted to kill that mysterious old man of the Tang dynasty. But at a time like this, no one was stupid enough to point this out, much less oppose him. There's one more thing. At this moment, Ziyad suddenly spoke up, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Abu Muslim, Ibak, Osman, and the others all turned to look in shock. The Uzan and Western Turks can't continue like this. In this war, they only sent one army each and didn't send much else. In this campaign, our Arabian Empire has already lost more than 200,000 soldiers, while the Uzan and Western Turks have only lost 20,000. Since they want to ally with our Arabia and enjoy the fruits of our conquest, they can't continue to hide behind us like they are doing now. If you want to reap the rewards, you must pay the price. The Uzan and Western Turks must appear on the front lines. Ziad met everyone's gazes with a solemn expression. As the deputy governor of the East, Ziad had long been dissatisfied with Uzun and the Western Turks. In the first phase of the battle, if Uzun and the Western Turks had worked with the Arabs to attack from the rear, the Tang dynasty would have been attacked from the front and rear, and the current situation might have been completely different. Ziad and Abu Muslim might have already entered the city of Talas. Abu Muslim said nothing, a pensive look in his eyes. "Inform them. We'll do as you say," Abu Muslim sternly said, finally coming to a decision. As long as he could win, Abu Muslim didn't care about anything else. The Tang people are so powerful. It seems that the emperor of the Tang dynasty has also noticed this place. He has even sent out the Luo Iron Cavalry. If he takes another step forward, I'm afraid he will personally lead the army. Far away from the Arabs, Daluan Ruozan, Huashu Wizang, Dusong Mangpoj, and Duwusili had also gathered. When speaking of the holy emperor of the Tang dynasty, a deep apprehension appeared in Huaba Senji's eyes. In the Tang dynasty, the emperor was not just the emperor. Even Huaba Senji knew that the #1 expert of the Central Plains was not an imperial great general, nor was it an expert of some hidden sect. It was precisely the holy emperor hidden deep within the Tang dynasty's imperial palace. Just the name Holy Emperor was enough to show his status in the Central Plains and the entire Eastern world. After all, the most powerful era of the Tang dynasty had been created by none other than the Holy Emperor. If both of them had appeared at Talas, the outcome of this war would have been completely different. There's no need to worry about these things. A sovereign cannot lightly step onto the battlefield. In the southwest, if not for Jelifeng risking her life, we would not have been defeated so quickly. Meng Shizhao would not have been reduced to this state, completely submitting to the Tang dynasty and paying enormous reparations. The urgent task at hand is to think about how to deal with this war. Huashu Huaitsang suddenly said in the tent. "Prime Minister, I feel like the Arabs are very likely to vent their anger on us after this crushing defeat." With these last words, Huashu Wizang turned to Daluan Ruozan, his eyes brimming with concern. Daluan Ruozan said nothing, his eyes revealing the same concern as Huashu Wizang. On this point, he and Huashu Wizang were in complete agreement. Ever since Qutayba and the two Arab great generals had arrived at Talas, the alliance between Uzun and Arabia had slowly become more complicated. Moreover, Daluan Ruozan could keenly sense that the authority to command this battle had shifted from Abu Muslim to the governor of war, Qutayba. This meant that the alliance between Uzun and Arabia was no longer as firm as it had been before, and many variables had been added to the mix. Now is not the time to think about these things. Only by winning this battle will our alliance with the Arabs have any meaning. Otherwise, in the future, Uzun will lose all ability to contend against the Tang people in the east. Daluan Ruozan sternly said. No matter how complicated the situation was, Daluan Ruozan would always be able to sort out the most important and crucial information from the tangled web of information. I don't know if any of you have realized, but in this war, Arabia's greatest advantage, its greatest strength, is actually not its elite soldiers, but that governor of war, Qutayba. All the soldiers of Arabia are subservient to him, and this is the source of Arabia's morale. But Qutayba seems to have met his match. With these final words, Daluan Ruozan turned to Dusong Mangpoj, a profound look in his eyes. No one knew the background of these two elders, but this was not the first time Daluan Ruozan had encountered them. The two sides had already interacted with each other when they were attacking the Tang dynasty reinforcements led by Su Han's Han. As for Dusong Mangpoj, this was probably his third meeting with these two people. Dusong Mangpoj said nothing, but his brow imperceptibly twitched as a hint of pain flashed through his eyes. He knew what Daluan Ruozan was talking about. In the Battle of the Triangular Gap in the northeast corner of the Uzun Plateau, it was precisely because of these two people that Dusong Mangpoj had suffered a crushing defeat, losing almost all of his soldiers. This had also left the Uzun without soldiers in the north, completely incapable of contending against the Tang dynasty. All they could do was watch as the Tang dynasty continued to invade the plateau. And according to the latest news, Dusong Mangpoj had even heard that the Tang dynasty had built a massive horse farm there to raise warhorses. As the proud eagle of the plateau, this was a disgrace that Dusong Mangpoj would never be able to erase for the rest of his life. Leave that person to me to deal with. At that moment in the future, no one will be able to stop Kuteba. After a long while, Dusong Mangpoj regained his composure and finally spoke. Tap tap tap. At this moment, a series of hurried and heavy footsteps came from outside the tent, breaking the silence in the tent. A voice in Arabic quickly resounded in his ears. Prime Minister of Uzun, is Daluan Ruozan here? This voice had the unique trill of an Arab voice. Come in. Daluan Ruozan grimaced as he immediately said. An Arab guard with thick hair, hawk-like eyes, and a deep nose quickly walked in. Prime Minister, Lord Governor has ordered that in tomorrow's battle, Uzun should mobilize its soldiers and cooperate with us. The Arab guard got straight to the point. Buzz. Daluan Ruozan's expression darkened, and he grimaced. What did this Arab say? Duwu Sili, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Daluan Ruozan did not hesitate and immediately relayed the Arab guard's intentions. In a flash, the mood in the tent changed, and even Huishu Huaitsong showed a hint of anger on his face. He had known that the Arabs would vent their anger on them, but he hadn't expected it to be so fast. Moreover, it seemed like the Arabs wanted Uzun to be the vanguard and serve as cannon fodder. These bastards are going too far. Before Daluan Ruozan could say anything, Dian Ersongrong couldn't help but interject. Whether it was Daluan Ruozan, Dusong Mangpoj, Huishu Wizong, or Duwusili, they were all supreme existences to the young elites of clans like Dian Ersongrong, truly important personages. But it was precisely because of this that they found the Arab demand even harder to accept. Ha ha ha, Prime Minister, do you need me to kill him? The Brigadier General of the Yarlung royal lineage, Dama Trimo, patted the golden Buddhist saber on his waist and heartily laughed. His eyes were as sharp as swords as they constantly scanned the Arab guard like he was a piece of meat on the chopping block. Bastard! What do you think you're doing? The hairy, hawk-eyed, and deep-nosed Arab guard angrily said. Although he didn't understand Uzun, Dama Trimo's eyes clearly expressed his intentions. Dama Trimo, stop! Huishu Wizong harshly said. Even he had heard of Dama Trimo's murderous nature, but now was not the time for internal strife. Ha, since the great general has spoken, I'll reluctantly let this reckless scoundrel go. Dama Trimo wickedly chuckled. Huishu Wizong and the Yarlung royal lineage's great general Namri Songtian had an extraordinary friendship, and Huishu Wizong's loyalty to Uzun was well known throughout the plateau. Although Dama Trimo had an extremely murderous nature, he also deeply admired and respected this loyal great general. Daluan Ruozan quickly waved his hand, ordering the Arab guard to withdraw. The tent instantly fell silent, all eyes focused on Daluan Ruozan. Chapter 1109. Prime Minister, what do we do now? Do we really have to take the vanguard for the Arabs tomorrow? Huishu Wizong stepped forward. I feel that the most urgent task at hand is to figure out who gave the order, Abu Muslim, Kuteba, or Osman. Our initial target of alliance was Abu Muslim. If this order came from another Arab governor, I believe that we don't need to treat it so seriously. Dusong Mangpoj suddenly spoke, his expression serious and his eyes thoughtful. Now is not the time to think about which governor gave the order. No matter whose order it has already been approved by Abu Muslim. The Arabs have suffered too many losses, so it's not surprising that they hope that we can take their place and reduce their casualties. For the sake of our cooperation and for the sake of defeating our common enemy, the Tang dynasty, we will probably have to take the field this time. Daluan Ruozan gave a long sigh. The current state of the war was far from what Dalawan Ruozan had expected. Compared to the dissatisfaction of the Arabs, Dalawan Ruozan was more worried about the Tang dynasty. Ha, Dalawan Ruozan, I didn't think that you would make things difficult for such a minor matter. The Arabs are arrogant and conceited and look down on us. Then let's go tomorrow and show them our strength. The powerful empires of this world are not limited to the Arabs and the Tang dynasty. Loud laughter rang out as Duwusili took 2 steps forward, his eyes shining with a fierce light. Unlike the others, Duwusili did not seem to care at all about the Arab order. In fact, he even seemed a little expectant. Soldiers are raised for 1,000 days to be used in a single day. Since Prime Minister is making things difficult, let us Western Turks take the vanguard tomorrow, Duwusili confidently declared. The tent was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at Duwusili in shock. Dalawan Ruozan looked pensively at Duwusili, and then he suddenly understood. The night passed quickly. On the second day, the wind howled and the air was cold. From a distance, one could see that the ground outside Talas was covered in a thin layer of frost, and even the 2 steel defense lines were the same. Soldiers stood behind the steel defensive line, their bodies shivering. They also felt a wave of coldness. Compared to yesterday, the weather was much colder. With each passing day, the region to the west of the Tsong Mountains seemed to grow colder. Although it was not yet the season for snow, all of Talas seemed to be covered in snow. Even the ordinary soldiers could sense the abnormality of the weather, but even so, the mood in Talas was somber. Compared to the war that was about to begin, not many people cared about the changes in the weather. Woo! A loud horn suddenly sounded, breaking the tranquility of the morning. As everyone watched, the silent Arab camp seemed to awaken like a slumbering beast, and groups of Arab soldiers began to surge toward Talas. Nay! The neighing of horses, the clamoring of men, the clattering of armor, all of this combined into one. As everyone watched, 4 massive black Arabian war banners rustled in the cold morning wind as they swiftly made their way to the first defense line. Under the black war flag, 4 majestic figures, tall and sturdy, with incomparable majesty, quickly leaped into everyone's eyes. At the very front of the army was a golden figure that was like the sun that had descended to the mortal world, attracting everyone's attention. It's Qutayba! Hurry and report this to Milord. The sight of this figure in front of the first defense line caused the Tang dynasty soldiers to shiver, their sleepiness instantly vanishing and their faces turning nervous. Hiya! A scout quickly mounted his warhorse and galloped into Talas. Ha, the Arabs have moved out. Now it's our turn. Nearby in the rear of the army, Duwusili squinted, his eyes shining with excitement. Hiya! Duwusili urged his black steed into the air and began to gallop toward the battlefield. Behind him, a dense sea of Western Turkic cavalry formed up in formation, shouting and yelling as they excitedly followed Duwusili. Awoo! Following closely behind them were tens of thousands of enormous green wolves that were even larger than humans. They formed a pack and bared their fangs as they pounced forward with lightning speed. Let's go! In the rear, Dalawan Ruozan, Huashu Wuzong, and the others looked away from Duwusili and gave the order to lead the nearly 70,000 Uzan cavalry forward. The air was somber, and as the army moved out, Talas was swept up in fierce gales, sending sand and pebbles flying. Boom! Not long after the Arabs set out, there was a deafening clatter of metal as the 2 thick gates of the towering Talas opened. A group of soldiers with bright eyes and brimming with energy strode out of the gates in an orderly fashion. Translated by Hypersheep 325. Edited by Micur. The armors on their bodies were covered in scars made by swords and sabers. Not only did they not look shabby, but they also gave people the feeling that they were well-tempered and had an indomitable will. The 7 ladle-like star marks on their chests clearly indicated their identities. The Divine Martial Army. The Divine Martial Army had suffered significant casualties in yesterday's battle, but after a night of rest, The divine martial army had returned to its peak state in terms of spirit, energy, mind, and stellar energy. The rumbling continued as the divine prison army, the dragon stallion army, the roaring tiger army, all the mighty soldiers marched out of the city gates. At the very back of the army were Wang Chong, Wang Yan, Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, and the other highest commanders of the Tang dynasty. Wang Chong, something's wrong. The Arab formation today seems to be different from yesterday's. Gao Xianji drove out of the city gates and immediately frowned when he saw what was going on. Almost instinctively, Gao Xianji sensed a subtle change in the enemy formation. Haha, it seems like the chess piece we laid down earlier has taken effect. The Western Turks are about to enter the field. Wang Chong glanced over and couldn't help but smile. The Arabs suffered too many losses in yesterday's battle. Qutayba and Abu Muslim probably want to use Duwusili as cannon fodder. Cannon fodder? Gao Xianji frowned at this word. It means scapegoat. Wang Chong faintly smiled. Boom! In the distance, the horns blared and Qutayba and the others stopped. The two armies faced off against each other, the air thick and somber. The commanders of the army, Qutayba, Abu Muslim, Wang Chong, and Gao Xianji, were also staring at each other, their gazes exploding with light. The vast majority of these gazes were on Wang Chong atop the white-hoofed shadow. Even the Arab war god Qutayba had noticed Wang Chong, the young commander of the Tang dynasty. Wang Chong, it seems like you've already become a thorn in their side. You'll have to be careful in the battle. Gao Xianji suddenly broke into laughter. Haha, then let them come. I'm just worried that they won't be able to break my karmic battle armor. Wang Chong faintly smiled. The surrounding officers couldn't help but laugh at these words. Wang Chong's martial arts weren't necessarily the best, but few people could compare to his defensive prowess. Even Qutayba would find it very difficult to kill him, much less anyone else. Moreover, the evil emperor and chief of Wushang were present. Even if Qutayba and Abu Muslim wanted to, they wouldn't have the chance. When the battle starts, let's kill that brat first. Ibak viciously said as he stared into the distance. He won't be able to escape. Whether it's him or that Gao Xianji, both of them will die here. Boom. Osman took 2 steps forward, his expression cold and sinister. Although the Tang people had won yesterday's battle, their advantage had not been that great. The Arabs still had the advantage in numbers, and the Arabs still had not sent out all their elite generals. Abu Muslim, we've lost enough men. Let the Uzan and the Western Turks go first. Let them block the edge of the Tang people. After all, they are the armies of the Eastern world. With these final words, Osman turned to Abu Muslim. Abu Muslim was the main person in charge of this alliance and the true executor. It was naturally best for him to deal with the Uzan and the Western Turks. Abu Muslim nodded and called over a messenger. Pass on my order. Inform the Western Turks and the Uzan to prepare to move out. Your subordinate will go. The Arab messenger bowed and quickly left. Ha ha ha, Shamshak, Chek and Benba, it's time for us to enter the field. Pass on my order. All soldiers are to charge. On the other side, Duwusili gave a carefree laugh when he received the Arab message. Not only was there no fear in his eyes, there was even a hint of anticipation. It had been more than a month since he had obtained the formation phenomena, and during this time, Duwusili had been practicing it day and night. He had gained some understanding of the formation, and he had also fused his own martial experience and understanding into it. He was confident that the formation phenomena would be even more powerful than before. Duwusili was now confident that he could face any opponent. Chapter 11:10. Awo! Howls resounded through the air. The first to move was not Duwusili's 20,000 elite soldiers, but the vast sea of azure wolves that had followed Duwusili from the western Turkic steppe. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, smoke and dust surged. It was unknown how many wolves were howling as they formed groups and rushed towards the first line of defense. Following closely behind the wolves were countless Western Turkic soldiers, all of them waving their sabers and swords and roaring in excitement as they surged toward the first defense line. Kakrak! Not long after these 20,000 soldiers surged forward, a thunderbolt exploded. As everyone watched, thunderclouds began to gather over the Western Turkic cavalry. In the blink of an eye, they cast a massive shadow over the Turkic cavalry. Rumble! In the sky above the Western Turkic army, dark clouds were roiling, countless bolts of lightning shuttling through them. It was an extremely frightening sight. The moment these thunderclouds appeared, all the Western Turkic cavalry seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, their strength, speed, and dexterity exploding. Abu Muslim, Osman, Ziyad, and the others couldn't help but be moved by this sight. The strength the Western Turks had displayed at this moment was enough for even the Arabs to view them in a new light. This bastard was actually hiding his strength. A hint of anger flashed through Hua Sengji's eyes. Last time, when Su Hanshan had led the Tang dynasty reinforcements, he had clearly been needed, but this scoundrel had been hiding his strength, only using his formation phenomena now. Duwusili was saving his formation phenomena for a moment like this. Why else do you think Duwusili was so proactive last night? Daluan Ruozan calmly said as he looked forward. He just wants a bigger piece of the pie. Duwusili's ability to play the fool had reached a certain level. If one didn't know his goal and only looked at his actions and words, it would be very easy to be fooled and toyed with. But even so, in front of Daluan Ruozan, Duwusili had no secrets to speak of. Daluan Ruozan could see through all of Duwusili's secrets and intentions. Let's go. We should also get ready to move out. Daluan Ruozan urged his horse forward. A whoosh! The strong wind blew sand and stones into the air, stirring up a dense cloud of dust. Like raindrops, the dust smashed against the steel wall, emitting a series of resounding sounds. A hint of a smile appeared in Wang Chang's eyes as he gazed at the wolf pack surging toward him. This is truly a case of Li Gui fighting Li Kuei. To think that Duwusili would want to use my formation phenomena to deal with me. How interesting! A hint of amusement appeared on Wang Chang's lips as he looked at the approaching Western Turkic army. The seed he had sown more than a month ago had finally blossomed, sprouted leaves, and bore fruit. It was now time to reap the harvest. In the distance, Duwusili's wolf pack and army were getting closer and closer to the first defense line. Duwusili had chosen an extremely clever angle of attack, precisely on the left flank where the Tang dynasty had suffered a heavy blow yesterday and the Revelation army had pierced through it. Many of the steel walls there had been sent flying by the Revelation army, and the entire defense line was crooked and crooked. Even now, it had not been completely repaired. How clever! Wang Chong couldn't help but exclaim in praise at this sight. Duwusili's craftiness had seeped into his bones, and he would never let go of any opportunity that he discovered. But if Duwusili thought that this would give him an advantage, he was gravely mistaken. Prepare the beehives. Xue Qianjun, prepare to enter the field. Yes, this general will go. Xue Qianjun faintly smiled, apparently having expected this. After bowing, he swiftly left the army. A few moments later, a mixed group of Ferganians, Karluks, and Tang dynasty soldiers was moved to the left flank. This bastard, what's the meaning of this? Does he think that he can defeat my army like this? Duwusili was infuriated by this sight. Formation phenomena was the supreme art of cavalry and also the greatest strength of any army. Once one cultivated formation phenomena, the strength of an army would be greatly boosted. For Wang Chong to use this motley crew to deal with his army left Duwusili feeling deeply humiliated. He did not believe that this was some sort of mistake or coincidence. Everyone in the world knew of Wang Chong's military strategy, and there was no doubt that Wang Chong wanted to humiliate him. Pass on my order. Inform Shamshak and Chechen Benba to kill these Tang dynasty soldiers and cut through their left flank. Leave none alive, Duwusili savagely ordered. In the distance, the battle was on the verge of breaking out. In the cold and gloomy winds, nearly 100,000 azure wolves were lunging at the left flank of the Tang dynasty. All the azure wolves that he had brought with him had been sent to the battlefield. These were the vanguard of the Western Turks, and also the strength that the Turks were using to probe the Tang dynasty. Duwusili did not have the silver behemoths that the Arabs had, so he could not stop the ballistae of the Tang dynasty. But none of this was important. This vast sea of azure wolves was the best defensive barrier. Ready. Release. The giant green wolves were getting closer and closer. He could even see the gravel and dust kicked up by their limbs. He could clearly see their white fangs and saliva dripping from their sharp fangs. Without the slightest hesitation, amidst a series of creaking sounds, all of the steel city walls opened up the honeycomb holes in front of them. Sharp arrowheads were densely packed, arranged in a formation, and pushed out from within. 30 zhang, 20 zhang, 100 zhang, boom, boom, boom. On the left flank of the Tang dynasty, the steel walls seemed to come to life, instantly unleashing a torrent of arrows. These steel arrows seemed capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas, instantly engulfing all the azure wolves in a radius of several hundred meters. A cyan giant wolf couldn't dodge in time, and was instantly pierced through the waist by a short steel arrow, nailing it to the ground. Then 2, 3, 4. Tens of thousands of cyan giant wolves were covered by the rain of arrows, and were nailed to the ground in dense clusters. Ready. Release. With a creaking sound, the second volley of arrows arrived like a swarm of locusts. Awoo! Awoo! The howls of the wolves became more and more shrill. Due to the speed of the green wolves, after being pierced by the rain of arrows, their bodies rolled on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. They only stopped after being smashed more than 10 meters away. Blood gushed out and flowed freely on the ground. Everyone, hear my order! While the Tang people are reloading their arrows, charge for me! Shamask pulled out his saber and harshly said, his eyes fixed on the enemy. The beehive attacks of the Tang dynasty seemed fierce on the surface, each volley like a rain of death, but they were actually not as frightening as imagined. Although the volley of arrows was terrifying, it required time to reload. The gap between volleys of arrows was the best opportunity for the Western Turks to attack. Damn Tang people! Prepare to be slaughtered! Shamshak leaned against his horse, his eyes bursting with killing intent. A scholar who had been away for 3 days had to be looked at in a new light. If the Western Turks could break into the steel defense line on the left flank, the Tang would suffer the same fate as when the Revelation army descended yesterday, slaughtering them like pigs. In the past battles, the Western Turks had always been the ones being suppressed, but now was the time for the Western Turks to hold their heads high and wipe away their shame. Rumble! As the beehives on the left flank of the Tang dynasty reloaded, nearly 20,000 Western Turkic cavalry roared and madly charged. Kill! Roars shook the heavens as countless Western Turkic warriors madly charged at the left flank of the Tang dynasty. Boom boom boom. The reloading was completed very quickly. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the dense rain of arrows whistled out once more. 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves, the number of wolves in front of the defense line dwindled, and by the time they were still several meters from the first defense line, the wolves had lost more than 60,000 of their numbers. In the face of such terrifying killing power, some of the surrounding wolves instinctively felt fear and began to flee to the sides. The wolf pack in front of Shamshak's forces instantly thinned to the extreme. Shields! Just as they were about to enter the range of the beehives, Shamshak bellowed as he grabbed a large shield from his horse and placed it in front of him. There was a clattering of metal as the halos beneath Shamshak, Chechen Benba, and all the Western Turkic cavalry began to vibrate at an extremely high frequency. This was the sign of the final charge. Bang! Just when Shamshak and the Western Turkic cavalry had finished their preparations, a torrent of arrows poured down, but when they struck the shields of Shamshak's forces, they were all blocked. Nay! At that moment, a loud neigh of a horse resounded across the entire battlefield like thunder. But this neigh did not come from the horses of Shamshak's forces. In a flash, Shamask seemed to sense something and raised his head in alarm. He saw a sturdy black warhorse charging out from behind the left defense line. It immediately began to gallop toward Shamshak's forces. As if it was some sort of signal, in an instant, countless warhorses rushed out from the gap in the first line of defense like a tide. What? Shamshak and Chekenbenbo were both stunned by this sight. This mob of mercenaries and Tang dynasty soldiers had actually dared to leave the defense line and attack. None of them had even dared to imagine such a thing. Kill them. Chapter 11:11. Everyone, hear my order. The first group will be at the Kan position, the second group will be at the Kuan position, the third group will be at the Qian position, and the fourth group will be at the Li position. Everything will be done according to the drill. Understood? Xue Qianjun excitedly stared at the Western Turkic army on the left flank. The roiling thunderclouds in the sky were nothing more than a joke in Xue Qianjun's eyes. You dare to compete with Marquis in scheming? Duwusili, you're not just one level off. As this thought flashed through Xue Qianjun's mind, he immediately became one with his steed and charged forward. Beside him, Banahan and the Kingaunka were even faster, brushing past Xue Qianjun to meet Shamshak and Chekenbenba. Kan, Kuan, Qian, Li, these were the positional arrays of the Central Plains, and the mercenaries of the western regions knew almost nothing about them. Thus, Wang Chong had assigned several soldiers of the Tang dynasty to each mercenary group and had these soldiers of the Tang dynasty lead the mercenaries in choosing the positions to attack. Boom! Dust churned and roars shook the heavens as more than 10,000 Ferganians, Karluks, and Tang dynasty soldiers charged at the Western Turks with astonishing speed. Awo! In the face of the Tang cavalry that had suddenly appeared, a giant green wolf could not dodge in time and was rammed by a warhorse. The hard hoof of the horse viciously stomped on the giant wolf's forehead, crushing its skull. With a low growl, it immediately tumbled to the ground and lay motionless. Almost at the same time, amidst the rumbling sound of horse hooves, a cold light swept across the void and slashed at a charging giant wolf. Even though the wolf had sensed the danger ahead and had retracted its neck in response, it was still too late. With a flash of the saber light, the giant green wolf was immediately split into two halves by the charging long saber. 1, 2, 3. Tens of thousands of giant wolves howled and howled in pain. Under the attack of more than 10,000 mixed cavalry of the Tang dynasty, they were utterly defeated. In the face of this majestic and invincible army, the pack of wolves finally could not resist the fear in their hearts, and they scattered like birds and beasts. This time, the mixed cavalry of the Tang dynasty and the Western Turkic army were no longer hindered. More importantly, both sides were moving at maximum speed, and the distance between them was less than 20 zhang. Boom! Just as the two armies were about to collide, an earth-shattering boom rang out. Under the astonished gazes of Shamshak and Chekenbenba, thunder boomed. Above the motley crew of the Tang dynasty, a mass of clouds rolled and gathered. Unexpectedly, a formation phenomena appeared. Impossible! Bastard! Shamask and Chekenbenba seemed to be infuriated by this sight, their entire bodies seething with rage. But before they could react, more than 10,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty, divided into 7 or 8 groups, smashed into the Western Turkic formation phenomena. One small, one large, one weak. For the first time on the foreign battlefield of Talas, two kinds of formation phenomena clashed like never before. For a moment, time seemed to stop. Duwusili, Daluan Ruozan, Huashu Wizong, Dusong Mangpoj, and even the distant Kutaiba, Abu Muslim, and Ibak looked over. Formation phenomena was an ancient and powerful power that was extremely attractive even to the Arabs. Now it all depends on the final result. In front of the first defense line, Wang Chong and Gao Xianji were also looking to the left flank, a strange light in their eyes. Boom! A massive axe seemed to cleave through the sky. As the two armies clashed, the formation phenomena above the 20,000 Western Turkic cavalry suddenly split in two, and then into countless pieces that vanished without a trace. No! In the distance, Duwu Sili's eyes went wide at this sight, and he felt like he was going to stop breathing. He had spent a great deal of effort, kidnapping Chen Bin, negotiating with Wang Chong, and scheming with Daluan Ruozhen, to finally cultivate this formation phenomena. He had never imagined that it would be completely broken in a single moment. In a flash, all the hopes and ambitions in Duwusili's mind had vanished like bubbles. But this was only the beginning. The moment the formation was broken, Aya! Screams filled the air as the energy of the Western Turkic cavalry fell into disarray. Under the charge of the mixed army of the Tang dynasty, the strength they had gained from the formation phenomena instantly plummeted. Not only that, with the collapse of the formation, all the Western Turkic cavalry suffered a backlash. Not only did they find it impossible to maintain their level of cultivation, their cultivation levels plummeted, and the stellar energy in their meridians went into disarray. It was simply impossible for them to block the charge of the Tang dynasty cavalry. Bang! 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 The two armies clashed, and screams filled the air as countless Western Turkic cavalry fell from their horses, their necks slashed by sharp sabers and swords, their blood splattering everywhere. 4,000, 6,000, 8,000 in just a few seconds, the Western Turks had suffered an astonishing number of casualties. Retreat! Retreat! Shamshak's face contorted as he listened to the sounds of falling corpses. The Western Turkic Khaganate had less than 20,000 soldiers left on the battlefield. Losing more than 8,000 in a single clash was a heavy blow to the Western Turks. Nei! The entire left flank was thrown into chaos, and horses neighed. In the distance, Duwusili's complexion had turned extremely unsightly. If one looked carefully, one could see that his fists were clenched so tightly that they were even trembling. But as the Western Turks were collapsing, the stampede of hooves came from behind them. Kill! Behind Shamshak and Chekenbenba, a vast army of Uzun soldiers had charged out. In a flash, it had charged through the air and smashed into the great Tang camp. Kill them! Dian Ersongrong, Dari Nisai, Chili Sulong, and the others roared as they charged into the Tang dynasty defense line. These young elites of the great clans were still on their way, but they had already taken out their sabers and unleashed surging saber energy that slashed at the Tang dynasty defense line. Boom boom boom! There was a heaven-shaking explosion as countless Tang dynasty soldiers were blown into the air by this saber energy. Behind them, dust churned and the earth quaked. The vast Arab army was also charging in. As far as the eye could see, the battlefield was packed with people, and the sight of the Arab cavalry charging at full speed was a powerful visual assault. It was like they were about to leap over the steel defense line and trample over them. At this sight, Wang Chong's expression instantly turned grave. To the Arabs, the Western Turks and the Uzun were just the appetizers. Moreover, the Arabs had never thought about relying on them. Ready! Wang Chong waved his hand and gave the order. Creak creak! Creak creak! A series of mechanical creaks began to ring through the air. More than 6,000 Tang dynasty ballistae were lined up in front of the first defense line, aimed at the Arabs beyond the defense line. In other parts of the defense line, all the soldiers had taken up their positions and were ready for battle. Release! With a wave of Su Hanshan's hand, countless ballista bolts exploded forward like dragons emerging from the sea. Even though this was not the first time the Tang dynasty ballistae had displayed their might on the battlefield, the bone-chilling buzzing and shuddering still struck fear into everyone's hearts. Bang bang bang! In the blink of an eye, countless cavalry had been pierced through by ballista bolts along with their horses. But the soldiers in the rear did not slow down. On the contrary, they used all sorts of methods to stimulate their war horses and push their speed to the limit. If there was no way to defend against these Tang dynasty ballistae, then the best method was to shorten the charge as much as possible and reduce the number of casualties. Rumble! Countless Arab war horses galloped over corpses as they charged forward with astonishing speed. Cui Piaoqi, get ready! Wang Chong said without turning his head as the winds howled and the mood on the battlefield grew tenser and tenser. This general will go. A cold and deep voice came from behind him, suffused with a soaring fighting spirit. Cui Piaoqi rode a large warhorse, his head held high and his chest puffed out as he unsheathed the sword at his waist. Behind him were more than 7,000 Wushang cavalry, all of them lined up in neat formations, their muscles taut like drawn bows, ready to charge at any moment. In yesterday's battle, the Wushang cavalry had fought 1 against 3, simultaneously dealing with the Mamelukes, Mutri Great Cavalry, and Celestial Wolf Cavalry. In this battle, they had lost more than 3,000 men. This was the first time in the Wushang cavalry's history that they had suffered such heavy losses. But even so, the 3 Tang dynasty cavalry, the Wushang cavalry's opponents, had also suffered heavy losses, and their casualties were much higher than the Wushang cavalry's. Move out! With Wang Chong's order, the 7,000 Wushang cavalry shot forward like arrows, men and horses charging forward as one. Rumble! The earth seemed to crack open, and before the Arab soldiers could react, the 7,000 Wushang cavalry had already charged out from behind the first defense line and into the Arab army of several 100,000. Ah! In the blink of an eye, the 7,000 Wushang cavalry sent the Arab cavalry flying like they were made of paper. The 7,000 Wushang cavalry showed no sign of fear in the face of an army several dozen times their number. 5,000, 7,000, 8,000, 10,000 these 1 in 100 Arab elites were unable to take a single blow from the 7,000 Wushang cavalry. In a few short moments, the Arabs had lost nearly 10,000 soldiers. But the Wushang cavalry had suffered almost no casualties. The charge of the Wushang cavalry had thrown all of Arabia into chaos. Embark, it's time for your men to enter the field. Chapter 11-12. Humph. I understand even without you telling me. Embark's eyes exploded with cold light as he looked into the distance. Faisal, if the same situation occurs again, bring your head to me. My lord, be at ease. That situation will not occur again. A respectful voice came from behind him. Faisal deeply lowered his head, and with a wave of his hand, he led his 6,000 Mamelukes in a charge at the distant Wushang cavalry. A fall into a pit, a gain in one's wit. He had been caught off guard by the Wushang cavalry the first time, but no matter what, he could not lose to them again. If the same situation occurred again, he would choose to commit suicide even without Embark's order. Huoba Senji, all of you move out as well. Daluan Ruozen's eyes and ears were sharp, and he had noticed the Arabs the moment they began to move. Although this battle is between Arabia and the Tang dynasty, it is also related to the fate of our Uzan. We can only win, not lose. This general understands. Huoba Senji immediately turned and left. A few moments later, he had mounted a warhorse and led his 3,000-some Mutri Great Cavalry forward. Of the more than 7,000 Mutri Great Cavalry, only 3,000-some remained. This was a massive loss that Huoba Senji had never imagined when he had first set out from the royal capital. And the main culprit was the Wushang cavalry. Huoba Senji had long ago been suppressing his rage, and it was only getting more and more intense. Even without Daluan Ruozen's order, he would still have thought of a way to enter the field. The war between Uzan and the Tang dynasty, the Mutri Great Cavalry and the Wushang cavalry, was far from over. On the other side, The 2,000-some Celestial Wolf cavalry also charged at the Wushang cavalry upon seeing the Mamelukes and Mutri Great cavalry move. "Kill these heathens!" Battle cries shook the heavens. As the Wushang cavalry, the Mutri Great cavalry, the Mamelukes, and the Celestial Wolf cavalry clashed, the Tang dynasty's defense line had undergone a heaven-toppling transformation. Boom boom boom. More and more Arab cavalry galloped through the air, crashing into the steel defense line of the Tang dynasty like meteors. The pressure on the Tang dynasty suddenly increased exponentially. "Mo Saber team, move out!" As Wang Chong saw more and more Arab cavalry, he calmly waved his hand and gave the order. Following Wang Chong's order, the 5,000 soldiers of the Mo Saber squad raised their sabers high and stood like a wall as they rapidly advanced. In this battle, both the Tang dynasty and the Arabs had invested many of their elite soldiers. At the same time, both sides had suffered massive losses. In yesterday's battle, the Mo Saber unit had lost only 5,000 soldiers from 10,000. But even so, the Mo Saber unit still possessed a fighting power that could not be underestimated. Their terrifying charge was still a nightmare for the Arabs. Wind, forests, fire, mountain. With a heaven-shaking roar, the 5,000 soldiers of the Mo Saber unit left the defense line and began to advance at full speed toward the sea of Arab cavalry. Boom boom boom. In the frigid winds, the Mo sabers gleamed with cold light as they were swung up and down. Wherever their blades passed, men and horses would be cut down in gruesome deaths. 5,000, 8,000, 10,000, the 5,000 soldiers of the Mo Saber unit had only just stepped onto the battlefield when they displayed their peerless lethality. In just 2 attacks, nearly 10,000 Arab corpses had been slain, and this number was only continuing to rise. This frightening efficiency left large swathes of the battlefield empty. The 5,000 Mo Saber soldiers were the coldest, most efficient, and most emotionless killing machines on the battlefield. From a certain perspective, the killing efficiency of the Mo Saber unit was even more frightening than that of the ballista army. The simplest reason was that the Mo Saber unit didn't need to use up any ballista bolts, and every time they swung their Mo Sabers, an enemy would be killed. Ziad, make arrangements for the Ironblood army and Fearless army to enter the field. It's our turn now, Abu Muslim suddenly said as he gazed into the distance. Yes, my lord. Ziad grunted in acknowledgement and quickly left. The battle was escalating even faster than yesterday. The Tang dynasty's Mo Saber unit had entered the field, and it was about time for the top-class Arab army to enter the field. It wouldn't be long before Abu Muslim, Osman, and the other top-class great generals would enter the field and end this battle. General Wang, get ready. It's time for you to enter the field. Wang Chong had been keeping an eye on Abu Muslim's group beneath the 4 black banners this entire time. The moment Ziad left, Wang Chong had already guessed at what they were up to. Generally, this battle can only be won, not lost. Once it begins, we can't stop until the Arabs have been defeated. As for the war banners, we'll be relying on you. After giving orders to Wang Sili, Wang Chong quickly turned to the black armored guard wielding the 9 Dragon Blood War banner. The black armored guard was covered in many secrets, and Wang Chong realized that he had almost no time to rest. Whether it was eating or resting, he never took off his armor. He rarely spoke, except when it came to the war and the 9 Dragon Blood War banner. He almost never interjected. After interacting with him for so long, Wang Chong only knew that he had been sent by the Holy Emperor and was one of the Holy Emperor's personal guards. He didn't even know what he looked like. All he knew was that he had the surname Li. If the banner exists, the man exists. If the banner dies, the man dies. The black armored guard took a step forward and said only 8 words. Wang Chong and Gao Xianji trembled at these words, a hint of respect appearing in their eyes. Banner Protector. This was perhaps the best way to describe the black armored guard at this moment. His identity, age, and name were all unimportant. His only value in existence was to protect the 9-dragon blood war banner. Rumble! The war horses were getting closer and closer, the several thousand iron-blood soldiers rapidly approaching the battlefield. When they were still 500 some zhang from the first defense line, there was a massive boom. Wang Sili led the charge, leading the 2,000 soldiers of the divine martial army out from behind the steel walls. Swish, 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 swish. The Big Dipper greatswords stabbed forward like agile snakes, and in the blink of an eye, the dense ranks of Arab cavalry were felled like raindrops, their blood spraying through the air in a bloody mist. Let's go. It's the top-class army of the Tang dynasty. The appearance of the divine martial army caused the Arab cavalry at the very front to fall into chaos, especially those who had experienced the killing power of the divine martial army. The moment the divine martial army stepped out of the steel walls, it was immediately thrown into disarray. Bang! Not long after the divine martial army stepped out of the defense line, a massive banner forged from deep-sea Xian iron and some other unknown metal was thrust into the ground. At this moment, all the origin energy on the battlefield of Talas began to change as a vast, ancient, and valiant energy began to radiate across the battlefield. In a place that no one was paying attention to, an invisible force spread out like a ripple. It quickly radiated to the feet of the 2,000 soldiers of the Shenwu army. Bzzz. 1 halo, 2, 3, 6 halos appeared beneath the feet of the divine martial army. The power of the Shenwu army was already at the top of the world. With the support of these 6 halos, their auras rose again and again. In just a short period of time, they reached an astonishing level. Clang! A sword clanged through the air. In an instant, a Big Dipper sword sliced through the air. It was also an ordinary strike, but it immediately left behind a series of afterimages in the air. The speed of the sword was inconceivably fast. Whoosh! With a single slash, it cleaved an Arab horseman in two. The sword continued onward, cleaving a second and a third horseman in two, the immense force of the blow flinging their corpses more than 10 meters away. Kill! The 2,000 soldiers of the divine martial army glanced at each other in tacit understanding and immediately picked up their pace, charging at the Arab cavalry. Rumble! The army was thrown into disarray. Each soldier of the divine martial army possessed inconceivable strength, and with the support of the 6 halos, they were unstoppable. Ah! Waves of panic-stricken cries resounded throughout the battlefield, incessantly lingering in the ears. Thousands of Arab cavalry were sent flying like pieces of paper by the charge of the divine martial army. Not even the charging war horses could stop the momentum of the divine martial army. Deafening roars filled the air as more and more Arab cavalry charged at the divine martial army, unaware of the truth. But in the face of these powerful divine martial army soldiers, they were like ants trying to shake a tree, sent flying. The 2,000 Big Dipper greatswords buzzed incessantly as they slashed through the air again and again. Every time they slashed through, countless people would be sliced into two. Severed limbs flew through the air. In just a few moments, the area around the 2,000 soldiers of the divine martial army was littered with corpses. Impossible! Seeing this tragic scene, the Iron Blood army, which was charging over, turned pale with fright. They had clashed with the divine martial army in yesterday's fierce battle, but the strength of the divine martial army at that time had been within the normal range, far from this terrifying level. Based on the abilities they had displayed, apart from the top core of the Iron Blood Legion, ordinary elites were no match for them at all. Hurry up! Kill them! The 2,000 soldiers of the Iron Blood army sped up and charged at the divine martial army. Haha, old foes! On the battlefield, greedy wolf Great General Wang Sili had just cut an Arab horseman in two and sent him flying 10 some zhang when he saw the activity in the distance. With a sneer, he turned his head. Chapter 11-13. Translated by Hypersheep 325. Edited by Mikir. Wang Sili strode forward to meet the Iron Blood army. 100 feet, 80 feet, 50 feet. Rumble. The two supreme armies of the world fiercely clashed. A soldier from the Iron Blood Army clashed with a soldier from the Shenwu Army. The soldier was blown into the air by the terrifying power of the sword and flew into the distance. At almost the same time, several soldiers of the Iron Blood Army raised their swords in an attempt to block the attacks of the Divine Martial Army. In the past, when the two armies were of equal strength, these swords would have been enough to block the attacks of the Divine Martial Army, but the Big Dipper greatswords of the Divine Martial Army pierced through their chests, sending an indescribable pain through their chests. This is impossible. How could their swords be so fast? The same thought flashed through the minds of the Iron Blood Army soldiers. Their vision instantly turned black, and they all fell to the ground like straight wooden pillars, motionless. Pung pung pung. The scene of a stalemate that everyone had imagined did not appear. Swathes of the Iron Blood Army soldiers fell one after another. In just a single exchange, the number of Iron Blood Army soldiers had dropped from 2,000 to 1,500, and it was still dropping. How could this be? Just what did they do? In the distance, beneath the four black banners, Osman and Ibak, the two supreme Arab commanders, were dumbstruck. Abu Muslim had maintained a calm and collected expression this entire time, but at this moment, a look of extreme shock appeared in his eyes. Even the Arab war god Qutayba imperceptibly creased his brow. Inform the fearless army to speed up and work with the Iron Blood Army to kill them. Abu Muslim's brow was tightly creased as he immediately ordered. If an individual or the strength of the Iron Blood Army alone could not defeat them, then they would use their advantage in numbers and send more people to crush the opponent. Pass on my order. Have the Dragon Stallion Army enter the field. Wang Chong drew back his gaze and said without hesitation, "Yes." A voice came from behind him. Before his voice faded away, a messenger stirred up a cloud of dust and quickly ran to the back. A few moments later, clang. There was a flash of cold light as 1,800 Dragon Stallion Army soldiers lined up, their swords level with their chests, their bodies exploding with powerful auras. Yesterday's battle had been even more bitter than they had imagined. Of the 4,000 soldiers of the Dragon Stallion Army, only 1,800 remained. But even so, this army still maintained an extremely powerful combat power. Boom! The moment Wang Chong gave his order, all the Dragon Stallion Army soldiers focused on the front and began to stride forward. The earth quaked and the sky swayed. The Dragon Stallion Army of just 1,800 soldiers erupted with an aura that was even greater than that of tens of thousands of soldiers. Whoosh! On the other side, the black armored guard holding the 9 Dragon Blood War banner glanced at the several thousand Dragon Stallion Army soldiers nearby and waved the black and red banner in his hand. At the same time, there was a clattering of metal as a sharp halo wrapped around the feet of the Dragon Stallion Army soldiers. Bolstered by this halo, the strength of the Dragon Stallion Army began to rapidly rise. Not only that, but in the blink of an eye, a second halo appeared, then a third. A total of 6 halos appeared around Long Stallion's body. Bang! 6 different war halos added to the halo of the Dragon Stallion Army. 7 halos resonated with each other, rumbling as they resonated with each other. In the next moment there was a deafening explosion. Thousands of Dragon Xiang Army soldiers wielded their long swords and marched in an orderly manner. Like dragons emerging from the sea, they quickly stepped out from behind the tall steel walls. Kail! Kill! Without the slightest hesitation, several thousand Dragon Stallion swords howled through the air and slashed at the incoming Arab cavalry. Blood sprayed and screamed as explosions rang out. Countless Arab cavalry were flung into the air by the Dragon Stallion Army swords, their severed limbs flying through the air. Target: the fearless army. At the very front of the army, the commander of the Dragon Stallion Army, Brigadier General Long Jian, a subordinate of Biting Protector General and Sishun, gripped his sword and harshly called out. The fearless army was the strongest army under Abu Muslim's command, even stronger than the Ironblood army. In the past, the Dragon Stallion army might not have been a match for the fearless army. In yesterday's battle, a significant portion of the Dragon Stallion army had been killed by the fearless army. But that was then, and this was now. The Dragon Stallion army's strength, speed, agility, and explosive power had all soared. They could not even be mentioned in the same breath as before. For the governor! Kill them! Amidst the galloping warhorses, the warriors of the Fearless Legion quickly noticed the unstoppable dragon Xiang Legion charging out from behind the city walls. They had originally been charging at the Divine Martial Army, but they immediately changed their minds and began to charge at the Dragon Stallion army. Clang, the edge of the saber vibrated and emitted a bloodthirsty hum. Several dozen feet away, the soldiers of the Fearless Legion crouched down and immediately crossed their sharp sabers in front of their chests. Their eyes were sharp as they strode toward the Dragon Xiang Legion. The scimitars swept through the void, emitting a heart-palpitating buzzing sound. Even the air itself was slashed with scimitars. The fearless army had already reached the pinnacle of mastery over scimitars. In front of their scimitars, even steel could be cut through like tofu. In yesterday's battle, a significant number of the top-class soldiers of the Tang dynasty had been injured by the fearless army. 5 steps, 3 steps, 2 steps, boom. One of the scimitars slashed through the air at the ribs of a Dragon Stallion soldier, while the other, as fast as lightning, fiercely slashed at the head of that Dragon Stallion soldier. By the time the fearless army soldiers saw the 2 Arabian scimitars gleaming with callous light, they had already appeared in front of the Divine Martial Army soldier, only a few inches away. In just a second, that elite Dragon Stallion army soldier would be beheaded and cut into 3 pieces. However, just as this fearless army soldier was about to succeed, boom, there was a flash of light, and a heavy sword swiftly struck the saber in his left hand that was swinging towards his head. Meanwhile, the scabbard at his waist instantly blocked the scabbard. These 2 moves were so clean and swift that even the fearless army soldier was stunned. He had fought with the Dragon Stallion army in yesterday's battle, but they had not been this fast. But now, the Dragon Stallion army seemed to be even faster than the fearless army. Humph, surprised. The Dragon Stallion army soldier sneered. Although they didn't speak the same language, the contempt in his heart was clearly expressed in his eyes. Bang! A moment later, an enormous energy erupted from the Dragon Stallion army soldiers, soared like a volcanic eruption. With a massive boom, the fearless army soldier was sent flying by this unstoppable energy, his entire body trembling. Even though he did his utmost to stop and stabilize himself, he was still sent flying 7 or 8 steps back. The Fearless Legion soldier's expression instantly changed. The time for revenge has come. Kill them! A low roar came from the side, and the Dragon Stallion army soldiers became energized as they charged at the fearless army soldiers. A scholar who had been away for 3 days had to be looked at in a new light. Although they had practiced this technique countless times in the second training ground of Talas, the Dragon Stallion army soldiers still felt an unprecedented excitement when they saw it in actual combat. Boom boom boom. The heavy swords continued to swing down, clashing with the Arab scimitars time and time again, causing countless sparks to fly through the air. The clash of scimitars and swords produced deafening booms that resounded over the battlefield. For a moment, the fearless army did not suppress the Dragon Stallion army as Abu Muslim and the others had expected. On the contrary, the Dragon Stallion army, with its smaller numbers, had completely taken control of the rhythm of the battle and the fearless army. The mountainous swords and the storm-like attacks of the fearless army continued to push back the fearless army. Swish swish swish. A fearless army soldier was too slow to react, and the scimitar in his hand was knocked aside by the Dragon Stallion army soldier. The sharp tip of the sword arced through the air like a shark that had smelled blood, piercing through the fearless army soldier's body. Impossible! The fearless army soldier gurgled as his body froze in place, and then he dropped to the ground. Even in death, he didn't dare to believe that he would die like this to the dragon stallion army. The chaos was rapidly spreading, and more fearless army soldiers were falling. Hurry and help the fearless army! Kill these Tang people! A group of Arab horsemen roared, swinging their scimitars as they charged forward, intending to help the fearless army reverse the tide of defeat. But a moment later, there was a flash of cold light in the air. The dragon stallion army soldier, who had been attacking a fearless army soldier, suddenly turned around and stomped on the ground, causing the ground to crack open. This dragon stallion army soldier was like a tiger or dragon as he charged at the Arab horseman. Boom! The heavy sword parted the air and cleaved through the body of an Arab horseman, cleaving the man and his horse into 4 halves and dropping to the ground. The dragon stallion army soldier did not pause for a moment. Squelch! He stepped forward and thrust his sword through the neck of an Arab warhorse, the sharp tip of his sword piercing through the head of the Arab horseman on the back of the horse, killing him in a single blow. Squelch! In a single step, he had killed a second Arab horseman, and then a third, a fourth, a fifth. In just 6 steps, Ney had slaughtered a group of 6 Arab horsemen, their corpses strewn across the ground. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent. As the dragon stallion army soldier slowly sheathed his sword and wiped the blood off his wrist, the surrounding Arab horsemen all revealed looks of shock and fear. Even the warriors of the fearless army were deeply moved. This was not a battle, but a massacre. Chapter 11:15. Kill! The sounds of fighting shook the heavens as the ignorant Arab cavalry in the rear roared and galloped forward. In a flash, everyone came to their senses and the battle once more became brutal. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. In the distance, Ziad muttered to himself beneath the fluttering black war banner, completely dumbstruck by this sight. The fearless army's reputation had been forged through one cruel and fierce battle after another, forged through its terrifying strength. Those powerful foes prostrating on the ground and transforming into ghosts were enough to prove just how powerful the fearless army was. But now, the fearless army was completely suppressed in front of everyone. Moreover, they outnumbered the fearless army. This was something that no one had expected. Ziad almost subconsciously turned his head to look at Abu Muslim. Abu Muslim was silent, his body still standing tall and straight, but Ziad could sense that he was just as shocked as he was. Osman, dispatch the Beheader Legion and Tibbs Legion under your command. Abu Muslim suddenly turned to Governor Osman. Osman nodded without the slightest hesitation. He had worked with Abu Muslim for many years, and he had long ago understood his old friend's intentions. The Arabs had never advocated individual bravery. Everything was done with the goal of defeating the enemy. These top-class armies of the Tang dynasty were unimaginably powerful. In this situation, they could only rely on their advantage in numbers to defeat their foes. Pass on my order. The Beheader army and Tibbs army move out. Osman turned his head around and spoke to the adjutant beside him without hesitation. Yes. The adjutant bowed and quickly left. In just a short while, a cloud of dust filled the air as the 2 armies rapidly surged forward. Once the Tibbs army and Beheader army had left, Abu Muslim looked away. After a few moments of silence, he turned to the governor of war, Qutayba. Tap. As Osman, Ibak, and Ziad solemnly watched, Abu Muslim suddenly strode toward Qutayba. Lord Qutayba, could I trouble you to dispatch the Blood Beast army and Death army? As everyone looked on in shock, Abu Muslim respectfully bowed to Qutayba. Everyone knew that Qutayba and Abu Muslim did not have a very harmonious relationship. Not too long ago the two had even clashed. No one had expected Abu Muslim to bow to Qutayba. This was no different from admitting defeat in a different way. But even more shocking was Qutayba's attitude. Sure. Qutayba looked at the battlefield across from him, his voice unexpectedly calm. He did not use this chance to jeer at Abu Muslim. Behind him, beneath the black banner, Osman, Ibak, Ziad, and all the others were stunned. Boom! No matter how shocked everyone was, a moment later, the Blood Beast Legion and the Death Legion set off towards the other side of the battlefield in a cloud of dust. Roaring Tiger Army, Divine Prison Army, Ultimate Martial Army, Xuanwu Army, everyone, get ready. The Beheader Army, Tibbs Army, Blood Beast Army, and Death Army had only just begun to move when Wang Chong immediately gave the order. Your subordinate will go. A string of voices came from behind him, and then the earth began to quake as the armies began to move forward upon hearing Wang Chong's order. The battle had begun even faster than expected. A few moments later, the earth quaked as the 3rd Elite Arab Army arrived on the battlefield. The Tibbs Army was one of Governor Osman's strongest forces. Last time, their opponent had been the Mo Saber Army, but this time, their opponent had changed. Bang! The moment the Tibbs Army appeared, an army crossed over and quickly walked out from behind the first steel city wall. Clang clang clang! Countless sabers and swords clashed in the air, exploding with sparks. The 3rd army that Wang Chong had dispatched was the Divine Prison Army, which had the strongest offensive power. In a flash, sword chi swept through the battlefield, and the Tibbs army was defeated far faster than anyone had imagined. Although the Divine Prison Army had fierce attacks, its greatest weakness had always been its lack of defense. Thus, in yesterday's battle, the Divine Prison Army had suffered far more severe losses than expected. But now, with the 6 halos of the Divine Prison Army, this flaw had been perfectly remedied. Boom! The halos vibrated as the black halos under the feet of the Tibbs Army warriors began to spin and tremble, their surfaces exuding a metallic luster. The rapidly spinning halos struck the ground, and with a massive boom, the hard stone floor of the Tala's battlefield began to crack like tofu. The Tibbs Army soldier, bolstered by the power of the halos, lunged at the Divine Prison Army like a cheetah. The Tibbs Army might not have the strongest offensive or defensive power of the Arab Army, but its explosive power and speed for a short period of time were among the best in the Arab Army. Even the Fearless Army might not be able to compare to them in this aspect. Of the 5,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty's Mo Saber unit, more than half had been killed by the terrifying explosive power of the Tibbs Army. The explosive power of the Tibbs Army was so strong that it could even shatter the tough armor of the Mo Saber unit. But this time, just as the Tibbs Army soldier was about to tear apart the Divine Incarcerate soldier in front of him, a sharp sword chi suddenly rippled through the air. A moment later, the Tibbs Army soldier's head flew into the air. Even in the moment of his death, he had no idea what had happened, and his face remained the same as it had been a moment before he had exploded. The speed at which the Divine Prison Army drew their swords had reached an unimaginable level under the support of the 6 additional war halos. Even when these Tibbs soldiers erupted with power, they couldn't compare to it. Plush, plush, plush. The Divine Prison Army moved with incredible speed, their narrow swords becoming the world's most terrifying weapons in their hands. In the blink of an eye, at least 600 or 700 Tibbs Legion soldiers had been decapitated by the Divine Incarcerate Army soldiers, and the number of casualties was still rapidly increasing. Bang! As the Divine Incarcerate Legion attacked with all their might, one of the Tibbs Army soldiers shrunk his body, his muscles tensing like a hunting beast. Taking advantage of the moment when a Divine Incarcerate Legion soldier was distracted, he viciously slashed his blade at the soldier's back. With the ferocious explosive power of the Tibbs Army, even steel would be blasted apart by this slash. But in a flash of light, just as the saber struck, one of the Divine Prison soldier's 6 halos suddenly erupted with light, protecting the soldier's body. As the saber and halo clashed, a low roar came from the air. If one looked carefully, one would see that the image of a black tortoise with the head of a dragon and the body of a turtle had appeared on the divine prison army soldier's back. The distant Daluan Ruozan, Duwusali, Huashu Wizang, Abu Muslim, and Ibak all trembled at this sight. This was clearly the black tortoise halo of the Xuanwu army, but for some reason, it had appeared on the body of a divine prison army soldier. Boom! The black tortoise illusion was shattered along with the black tortoise halo. The tremendous power that erupted from the Tibbs army shattered the divine prison soldier's armor in one fell swoop. At the same time, the ferocious force sent him flying. However, the divine incarcerate army soldier coughed up a mouthful of blood. After flying 20 to 30 feet away, he quickly came to a stop and abruptly turned around, glaring fiercely at the Tibbs army soldier who had ambushed him. Die! With a swing of the sword, an extremely sharp sword chi burst out and quickly attacked the Tibbs Legion soldier. After a few seconds, there was a miserable scream, and the Tibbs Legion soldier was immediately decapitated. His body was riddled with holes that looked like honeycombs. The Arabs had never expected this battle to develop in such a way. No one knew what had happened, but the explosive growth in strength of the Divine Martial Army, the Xiong Dragon Army, and the Divine Incarcerate Army was clear to all. In the rear, Abu Muslim, Osman, and the others all grimaced. For Arabia! Deafening roars reverberated throughout the battlefield. The top-class Arab soldiers were still arriving. Behind the Tibbs army, the 4th Army, the Beheader Army, was quickly arriving to provide reinforcements. Xuanwu Army, move out! Wang Chong ordered without turning his head at the sight of the Beheader Army. The Xuanwu Army and the Beheader Army could be considered mortal enemies. In yesterday's battle, the Beheader Army had suffered grievous losses, but the Xuanwu Army had suffered even more. The Xuanwu Army was currently far fewer in number than the Beheader Army, but Wang Chong had not hesitated to send out the Xuanwu Army. Boom boom boom! Behind the Divine Incarcerate Army, the Xuanwu Army, which had the strongest defenses, marched forward in an orderly fashion and quickly entered the battlefield. 1 halo 2, 3 with the support of 6 additional halos, the Xuanwu Army's strength swelled, and the remaining 2,000 soldiers of the Xuanwu Army charged like a storm toward the Beheader Army. Kill! For the Tang dynasty! Kill all these infidels! The two armies roared like tigers and wolves at the same time, crazily attacking each other. Saber lights and sword shadows intertwined, reverberating in the sky above the battlefield. Boom boom boom! Halos clashed against halos, their explosions kicking up clouds of dust.